second group of people, though, who are not there to help the president make his or her own decisions. They're actually there to manipulate decisions consistent with their agenda. And then a third group of people, I think, we saw this in the Trump administration, but in other administrations too. They define their role as saving the country and the world from the president. So I think that you don't want that second or third group of people to be serving in the White House because, hey, nobody elected them. And not only are they not serving the elected president well, they're actually undermining the Constitution of the United States because in our country, sovereignty lies with the people. And the people elected the president, not the National Security Advisor, not even members of the cabinet, like the Secretary of State or Defense.
Sticking on the Middle East briefly here, because things are intensifying between Hezbollah and Israel as we speak. I wanted your thoughts about when Jake Sullivan said in September of last year that the Middle East hadn't been this quiet in years. And he said that 3 weeks before October 7th. And I just wondered what you thought of that. Are we over-reliant on others for intelligence about the Middle East, especially since we have a smaller footprint in the Middle East now? And I know Afghanistan's not the Middle East, but as well as other places near the Middle East.
Jessica, I would say that just indicates a very high degree of self-delusion because really it was clear to me, it was clear to many other people that we were on the precipice of a major crisis in the Middle East. Because in the period that led to that statement, right before that statement, we had really well over 100 attacks against U.S. personnel and facilities across the Middle East by Iranian proxies. And, by the way, we had only responded to about 3 of those, and the responses had been pretty weak. So I believed at the time that Iran was becoming emboldened. We had seen an increased attacks against our forces, but we had also seen increased weapons flows to the Houthis in Yemen, who the Biden administration had undesignated, said they were no longer a designated terrorist organization, and we're negotiating with them. And then we saw huge arms shipments into the West Bank. We saw really a lot of the rockets that were going to Hezbollah being retrofitted with these precision strike kits. So I had a sense well before October 7th that something big and something bad was going to happen in the Middle East.
I have one question for you about something former President Trump keeps saying, and you worked with him, and we know he makes bold statements, sometimes fiery statements, but he keeps saying that we are closer to World War III than ever. And if he was just a candidate, that might be one thing, but he was president recently. He probably knows some stuff. How scared should we be?
Well, I don't think we should be scared, right? Because that's not a useful emotion, I don't think, to be afraid. But we should be determined, and we should be realistic. I agree with him on this. And what we have seen is a coalescing of what I would call an axis of aggressors, and that includes Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. And I think this is important to recognize is that they are working together in a very material way. We have Iran providing Russia with missiles, with Shahed drones. We have North Korea providing Russia with millions of artillery rounds so they can continue their onslaught against the Ukrainian people. We have China providing Russia with the cash flow it needs to feed its ATM and sustain its war-making machine, as well as electronics and other hardware that it needs to continue to manufacture missiles and other weapons that it's using against Ukraine. So these axis of aggressors, they are aiding and abetting each other. We have to recognize the connections between them. And that's why I think it's so important, for example, to sustain the support for the Ukrainians. Because the outcome of that conflict has profound implications for the Middle East and, I would say, what we haven't discussed, which are the looming crises, maybe just over the horizon, involving China and the Indo-Pacific region centered on the South China Sea, where China has been ramming and attacking Philippine vessels in Philippine waters, and that's a treaty ally of the United States, as well as the threats toward Taiwan.
In your book, you say that when you were NSA under Trump, that there was this discussion about North Korea and this notion that, you guys wouldn't put it past North Korea to sell, like if they obtained a nuclear weapon, you wouldn't put it past them to sell it to somebody, to be maybe even a terrorist organization. When you talk about the nexus of all of these adversaries, and you talk about the willingness to help each other out with such a device, with something we're talking about in terms of nuclear, I guess. Does that just further your point that
Absolutely,
this is a real threat?
And it's a real danger. And this is why, for those who argue that we should disengage from complex competitions abroad, hey, once those problems reach our shores, they can only be dealt with at an exorbitant cost. So remaining engaged with forward-position capable U.S. forces who operate alongside allies who magnify our power and allow us to defend ourselves and the free world at a much lower cost. I mean, I think the value of alliances is something Americans need to hear more about, because there is a deep skepticism these days, and I understand it. It's understandable about sustained U.S. commitments abroad, but this is the lesson we've learned over and over, going back to September 11th, right? And, of course, what we learned from our experience in the Middle East in recent decades is problems that originate there don't stay there. They don't adhere to what Ken Pollock's called the Las Vegas rules, right? He said the Middle East doesn't follow Las Vegas rules, right? The problems, what happens there doesn't stay there.
Former National Security Advisor for former President Trump and author of the new book, At War with Ourselves, H.R. McMaster, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of 2, and a grandmother of 2. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Labor Day means back-to-school clothes for the kids, and that means a lot of laundry for you. There may not have been a deal on Little Debbie's designer denims, but you can save $300 on this Whirlpool top-load washer to make sure they last. There are more ways to wash with this 2-in-1 Whirlpool washer with removable agitator for only $4.49. The Labor Day sales event is going on now at Gerhardt's Appliances, where 80 years of small business is kind of a big deal.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Comedy Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
Furnish your new home or replace that old furniture with Bucks County Estate Traders and their massive Labor Day sale. Everything store-wide is 20 to 50% off. High-quality name-brand furniture, mid-century modern, vintage, and more. Plus artwork, lighting, and decorative pieces for every room in your house. More than 15,000 items in stock. Bucks County Estate Traders has it all. Save big August 29th through September 3rd at their showroom in Hatfield or buckscountyestatetraders.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino,
Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A record day for the Dow Monday, up 65 for a new record high close of 41,240 and change, the 23rd record of the year. The NASDAQ down 152, the S&P 500 lost 18. NVIDIA's shares down over 2%. The AI leader will release earnings reports on Wednesday. Apple stock up slightly during trading after it announced an event September the 9th to announce the newest lineup of iPhones and watches, but the stock declined after hours on news that Chief Financial Officer Luca Maestri will be stepping down at the beginning of the year. Kevin Parikh, the current VP of Financial Planning and Analysis, will take over. And a lawyer for Albertsons told a federal judge the company might have to lay off workers and close stores if its $24.6 billion merger with Kroger does not proceed. The Federal Trade Commission sued over the deal, saying it would eliminate competition and raise prices. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Nearly 75,000 Americans are believed to have overdosed and died last year from fentanyl, accounting for far more overdose deaths than any other drugs like cocaine or meth. Data from the CDC finds overdose deaths did fall last year slightly. That was the first decrease since 2018. Still, the alarming rate that people, especially young people, are dying from fentanyl is a top concern in public health and the campaign trail.
This challenge also has roots outside our borders, outside the borders of the United States. It's a global challenge that demands global action.
Last year, President Biden announced new cooperation with China on reducing the shipment of precursor chemicals needed to make fentanyl. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is also in Beijing this week, meeting with Chinese officials. Eliminating those chemicals used to manufacture the synthetic drug is a part of a robust agenda to manage tensions with China. What candidates do to reverse the deadly fentanyl trend is also emerging as a central campaign issue in a reset election landscape.
I think the race was really reset after Joe Biden said that he wasn't going to run again, and Kamala Harris came out to be the nominee, and she was confirmed as the nominee long before the Democratic convention.
John Roberts is co-anchor of America Reports and the host of a new documentary on Fox Nation, The Godfather of Fentanyl.
But I think since the Democratic convention now, and with RFK Jr. throwing his support behind former President Trump, that the campaign has been reset yet again. And I think that there's now going to be an even stronger competition between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris than there might have been prior to the convention. Tim Walz continues to come under criticism for, according to critics, misrepresenting some of the things that he has claimed in the past. You've now got Kamala Harris under greater scrutiny for her past policy positions and the fact that she's not coming out articulating policy positions or doing interviews or news conferences so that she can be subject to scrutiny. And I think that that's beginning to raise a lot of questions in independent voters' minds as to exactly what the best way forward should be.
I'm curious to get your take on RFK. When I saw it, I didn't think it was much of a needle mover. I'm curious why you think it could be.
Here's the reason why it's a needle mover, because if you look at how close a lot of these battleground states were, both in 2016 and 2020, a point or two, one way or the other, could shift the outcome of those swing state races and therefore affect the outcome of the overall race. And if even a percentage or a percentage and a half of voters who said that they were going to go for RFK in places like Nevada or Arizona go for Trump, that could be enough to push him over the top. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but theoretically it definitely could.
Well, there did seem to be some strategy behind that, too, in the way that RFK is kind of suspending his campaign, right? Kind of taking his name off, not every place in the country, but the swing states in the country.
Well, also the reason why you, quote, suspend your campaign is because you've garnered a lot of campaign cash.
Right.
And if you actually get out of the race, then you've got to give all that cash back. But if you, quote, suspend the race, it allows you to continue to use that cash to pay for bills and things. But yeah, it was an interesting hybrid, the fact that he said, look, in these blue states and red states that aren't in any kind of competition, I'm going to leave my name on the ballot because we're trying to make an impact. But in these close races, I'm going to take my name off the ballot. I thought that was a little bit funky, but, you know, as Donald Trump said, he's a bit of a different character.
Yeah.
And that was proven again last Friday.
It's on brand for the 2024 election, I think.
It definitely is. I mean, when you have a week, it's definitely on brand, because if you have a week where there's an assassination attempt against one nominee and the other one drops out, if you had that on your bingo card, well, congratulations.
I threw my bingo card out a long time ago. Do you think this debate is going to happen next month? I know that it seems to me still both campaigns want the debate, but is this just like the regular posturing you kind of see a couple of weeks out?
I think ultimately it's going to happen, but, you know, it's like a prize fight. You've got these two heavyweight political figures who are getting together, and it would be like Muhammad Ali and George Foreman getting together. There's a lot of trash talking. There's a lot of, well, we don't like the rules. We think they're favorable to the other side, but I think ultimately it will come together.
Yeah, it seems like both sides really want this debate, and we know how important that debate was back in June, so why not have one between Harris and Trump?
You've got to have a debate.
Yeah.
When you look at how consequential the first debate was, there's got to be a debate between the two of them.
Absolutely.
There should be more than one.
We know that immigration, the border, is a big issue. Part of that is not just the migrant flow coming over, but what is coming over. You have done this docuseries, Fox Nation, Godfather. This is almost like real life Breaking Bad.
Yeah, it's called The Godfather of Fentanyl, and this is about a guy named George Eric Marquardt, who was a teenage genius who didn't like school too much, but was a whiz at chemistry, who really is the real-life Walter White. At one point in his young career, cooking illicit drugs, he was making meth in a Winnebago, just like Walter White did in the movie series. He went to a lecture by J. Robert Oppenheimer when he was in middle school, and that sort of ignited in him a fire of wanting to learn about chemistry. And he also was, you know, kind of a sociopathic career criminal. And all he wanted to do was make illegal drugs, illicit drugs, and get them sold across the nation and make a ton of money doing it. He started off making heroin in a morgue with his family doctor. at the age of 15. Then he dropped out of high school and he started cooking LSD. And then he did the methamphetamine in the Winnebago. And then he went to the Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary in Pennsylvania, where he met a guy named Louis Cirillo, who was famous as being the New York mob guy who was in charge of the famous French Connection. Remember Popeye Doyle and Gene Hackman? They made that movie. So it was when he met this guy, Louis Cirillo, in Lewisburg Penitentiary, that Cirillo said, hey, there's this stuff out there. It's a synthetic opioid called fentanyl, which was invented by Dr. Jansen back in 1959. He was the godfather of Janssen Chemicals, by the way. That was medical-grade fentanyl. But Cirillo said to Marquardt, hey, you're a talented guy. Why don't you cook up some of this stuff yourself? Well, Marquardt didn't trust Cirillo because people who were around Cirillo had a habit of ending up dead. So he claimed that he couldn't do it, but he thought, wow, wouldn't this be the cap on my illustrious, that's in quotes, chemical manufacturing career. So he finally, in late 1990, cracked the code for how to make street fentanyl, which got distributed across the Northeast and almost instantaneously. It was being advertised as, quote, Tango and Cash heroin. Remember Tango and Cash, the movie with Sylvester Stallone and Kurt Russell? Yeah. But it was so powerful. It was 60 times more powerful than opium poppy derived heroin. People were literally dying with the needle still in their arms. Jeez. And this came to the attention of law enforcement in New York City, who are basically going through neighborhoods to say, don't use this stuff, it's deadly, you could end up dead, as well as the DEA. They launched a multi-year investigation, completely in the dark as to where this stuff was coming from. But they eventually traced it to this guy, George Eric Marquardt, in a laboratory in none other than Wichita, Kansas. Wow. Wichita, Kansas was the sole source of illicit fentanyl across the Northeast in the early 1990s. So eventually they popped Marquardt. They got him off the streets. They got his co-conspirators off the streets. And street fentanyl literally dried up for 20 years. But, of course, now that China is in it, Mexico's in it, in the early 2010s, it became the crisis where we are today, where it seems every week that enough fentanyl comes across our southern border to kill every person in the United States. But this really traces back the whole history of that, and it's fascinating. It's beyond belief fascinating.
And I was going to say, sort of listening to you explain that, it shows the challenge in stopping fentanyl, because it is so easy, it would seem, to produce, undetected in small areas, rural, unpopulated areas. That's the challenge, I imagine, for law enforcement, as they try and stop not just the materials from coming over, but stopping the production here in the United States. It's not hard to make.
The fact that it took them as long as it did to discover an illicit laboratory in Wichita, Kansas, would give you an indication of just how hard it is to attack the illicit laboratories in Mexico that are making street fentanyl out of precursors from China and putting it into everything. And that's why we're seeing so many young people die, because they take what they think is a Xanax or maybe a hydrocodone. It's laced with fentanyl, and they're dead by the time it really hits their stomach.
And this is because it is, cheap and easy to produce, and there's a huge markup?
And it's extraordinarily addictive as well. And that's really what the Mexican cartels are banking on, that once you have fentanyl, you're going to want it again and again and again. And I can tell you from personal experience, because I had a couple of medical procedures for which I had to get a little bit of fentanyl to help me relax. That gives you such an amazing feeling as you're going under, that people would want to do that again and again and again and again. People will tell you there's nothing like fentanyl as both a painkiller and a high, and that's why it is so unbelievably addictive.
As you were working on this doc series, did you come away with sort of a better understanding of sort of policies or what needs to be done to try and get at the root cause here?
Well, we've really got to knock down the source from China. I think that the Biden administration's got to get a lot tougher on China, and then you've got to do something about the cartels, and then you've got to seal up the border, because so many pills are coming across. I heard one of the border sheriffs saying that, on a typical week, they used to get, or a typical month, I guess, they used to get maybe 2 million fentanyl pills. Now they're getting 100 million that are being seized. And for every pill that's seized, they expect that 10 are getting through unnoticed.
They're just smuggled through in other kinds of goods.
Yeah, they're smuggled through in other kinds of goods. They're brought across the border in somebody's car, in a truck or whatever. But this really is a fascinating series on Fox Nation because it gets to the whole root of where we are today. When Marquardt went away finally for 22 years in prison, his formula was out there on the street, and all of these clandestine chemists around the world started replicating it. He was the only guy for a long time, but now everybody's doing it. And what's really interesting about this, too, is that after he was released from prison, he was released on medical compassionate grounds. He had cancer. A guy named John Madinger, who was with the Oklahoma Bureau of Narcotics, sat down and interviewed him for hours and hours. And you hear from Marquardt himself, who said, I know that people will think I'm a monster. I don't care. Again, this guy was an absolute sociopath. All he wanted to do was engage in criminal activity and be the best illicit drug maker out there. And in doing so, he killed tens of thousands of people. It's really an unbelievable story.
It's a fascinating story, a fascinating series, again, on Fox Nation, and gets to the root of what is a big issue here as we look forward to the November election. John Roberts, appreciate the time.
Good to talk to you. Thanks.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Carmine's Eatery in Newtown Square is where modern American cuisine meets Mediterranean fare. Enjoy fresh spins on classic dishes, elevated Neapolitan pies, and an exciting beverage program to wash it all down with. With its sleek, spacious interior and relaxing vibe, Carmine's Eatery is your new and delicious escape. Whether fine dining, a big celebration, or just taking in a game at the bar. With $3 Miller Lite bottles or $5 Peroni drafts, Carmine's in Newtown Square has it all. Visit carmineseatery.com and enjoy responsibly.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
The YMCA is just a starting line, for the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity and unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror, and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A Texas judge blocking a Biden administration plan for migrant spouses.
While the court considers the merits of the case, while marrying a U.S. citizen provides a path to American citizenship, those who cross the border illegally are required to return to their countries of origin to complete the green card process. The Biden administration's new program, which recently began accepting applications, aimed to help spouses who have been living in the U.S. for over 10 years stay in the U.S. while working to obtain legal status. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Special counsel Jack Smith appealing a judge's ruling, asking that judge to reinstate the classified documents case against former President Trump. Judge Aileen Cannon tossing the charges, claiming he was illegally appointed. Legal analysts say even if it is reinstated, the trial would likely not take place before Election Day. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Cowboys have their playmaking wideout back in the building. Dallas wide receiver CeeDee Lamb has ended his holdout, agreeing to a 4-year, $136 million deal, according to multiple reports. The new deal contains a $38 million signing bonus and $100 million in guaranteed money, and Lamb is now the second highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, according to ESPN. Lamb was entering the fifth-year option of his rookie deal and had missed training camp and the Cowboys' 3 preseason games. In 2023, Lamb led the NFL with 135 catches, was second in the league with 1,749 yards, and had 12 receiving touchdowns. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Dan Orlovsky, Kirk Herbstreit, Pat McAfee. I think those guys and some of the things they're now willing to talk about, or at least willing to post before they get mandated to take it down, I think that helps the perception of ESPN from sports fans greatly. Because the last thing a true discerning customer of any media or anywhere, they don't want to feel like they're only getting propaganda about one thing, right? We can take this with sports. If ESPN's in bed with the SEC and every sports fan across the country thinks it's the Alabama network, they're not going to trust it as much. I'd say the same and even more so about political leanings, because politics rule the day right now. So if people think in sports that, boy, it's all left-leaning over there, they only protect their own, and those are all liberals and not conservatives, and Christians can't even speak out at ESPN, if they think that, it hurts your brand. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mic with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
My dad, Len, always says, the minute you get in a car, everyone, front and back, should buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a car accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope you never meet us because of an accident. But if you do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyer.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Arnon, Michigan.
What's on your mind?
The Democrats were promised Beyonce, but she didn't show up. But frankly, even without Beyonce, the Democrats managed to pull off a full-throated, coordinated unity rally that matched the enthusiasm we saw last month from the Republican Party. The Democrats were toying with the press that there was going to be a surprise guest, but no headliner showed up. Thinking back on it, I wonder if they did have a surprise speaker, a certain former governor of South Carolina. But more on that later. The race remains very close, with former President Donald Trump, in all the polls taken prior to the Democratic convention, still commanding the support of both his deep red MAGA base, but also non-MAGA Republicans who had wanted to nominate someone else. Media outlets commissioned focus groups of undecided voters. And guess what? Those outlets found that almost all their so-called undecided voters had moved to Harris by the end of the convention. Well, sorry, Democrats, that's not enough to win. Heading into the convention, the most reputable pollsters showed that Trump still had about 48% of the national popular vote. Now, if voting patterns this November, when Trump's on the ballot for a third consecutive time, look anything like the last two times he ran, with Dems piling up huge margins in reliable blue states, think California, New York, Massachusetts, Illinois, then Donald Trump's 48% share will be more than enough. He'll get a majority in the Electoral College, and he'll wind up returning to the Oval Office. Trump doesn't need undecided voters. He just needs to hold on to voters that were with him against President Joe Biden and remained with him during the first few weeks of the Harris campaign. The only way Harris can win is if she cuts into that support. During the short Republican primary campaign, roughly half of Republicans who voted for former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley indicated that they would not vote for Donald Trump in November. That's right, these are the Republicans who voted for Nikki Haley saying they aren't going to vote for the Republican ticket in November. We saw that in our Fox News voter analysis, and the other networks saw that in their exit polls. But since the nominations were decided, polling has shown that almost all non-MAGA GOP voters have gone home and were ready to vote for Trump. And if Trump holds on to that Haley voter support, he'll likely retain his 48% support and return to the presidency. Listening to Harris's mercifully short speech, mercifully short in words, but equally short in policy proposals, a part of me wondered, who wrote this? Harris's team or Haley? Yes, she defended Biden's record and tried to inoculate herself against what Haley describes as a presidency that is a disaster. And Harris attacked Trump more directly than Haley ever did. But otherwise, she followed what I've always thought was Haley's intended general election playbook. First, she sought to link both Trump and Biden as part of the painful divisions that the country has experienced over the past 8 or more years. She cast the election as an opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Then she gave a full-throated defense of the exceptionalism of America. This is a Democrat talking about the exceptionalism of America. We don't yet know if the convention was successful, but we'll get our first indication early this week when we get the first high-quality media polls following the conventions. And we find out if Trump continues to hold his support against Vice President Kamala Harris, or if he's losing some of his non-MAGA GOP support to an erstwhile Nikki Haley. This is Arnon Mishkin.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. With renewable energy sources clearly on the rise globally, you may think the global demand for oil might begin to wane, but a forecast from ExxonMobil says you'd be wrong. The oil giant predicts by the year 2050, global demand for oil will be the same or even higher than it is today. Well above, they predict, 100 million barrels burned daily. To limit global warming, the International Energy Agency says demand would have to be reduced to 25 million barrels of oil daily. Despite that, ExxonMobil forecasters predict greenhouse gas emissions will be cut by around 25% by that same year. Today, the Conference Board will issue its monthly report on consumer confidence in the economy. Forecasts point to a modest increase in confidence in the month of August. Also on the Tuesday agenda, new data on U.S. home prices. I'm Scott Carr, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Tuesday, August 27th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker again this morning. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, Captain Kirk. We got everybody here. Packed house this morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Just want to point out it takes two people at least to replace Greg.
That's correct.
Because
By the way,
Henry's doing, the manual, the board chairman of the board part.
Yeah.
And Sean, you're just a pretty face.
He is. Hello, Sean.
My gosh, we're starting off with the compliments. I'm blushing, Dawn.
Pleasantries right out of the gate. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing good. Yesterday was quite the day, and the admissions that we got from Facebook and conspiracy theorists were right again. It's sure to be a fantastic Tuesday.
Yes, we are absolutely loaded today. I thought yesterday was another good day. That'll be the theme of the big take this morning, as momentum, I believe, clearly in favor of Donald Trump. We'll get to a variety of issues and fallout from what occurred yesterday, from Arlington to this whole backing out of a debate, trying to change the rules nonsense. Of course, we will get to Meta and Zuckerberg and his regret and his admission. That is interesting. And also some great news about Pennsylvania polling when it pertains to Donald Trump. Our buddy Athan Kutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics will join us coming up this morning at 9 o'clock to break down his column that he wrote for Real Clear Pennsylvania. Also, some interesting stuff when it comes to the Gen Z gender gap between men and women, something we have highlighted on this show countless times. And also another update on July 13th. I'm totally infatuated with July 13th. Every time a new story comes out when it pertains to July 13th, I get choked up. I get emotional. Actually, I'm kidding. That's the coffee and the heartburn I'm experiencing right now.
Oh, no.
But I do want to pick that apart piece by piece because, again, I still believe inside jobs. So we got a lot of good things to get to, and that's before we even get to the cut sheet this morning. But let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:03, right out of the gate, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Tuesday, or Tuesday, as Greg Stocker would say, August 27th. We are heating up to 90 degrees with excessive heat warnings. We'll talk about the heat and its impact in a moment. We're sponsored by Discover Lancaster this morning. So let's talk about it. In Philadelphia, police say a man is in custody after authorities say he was just randomly assaulting people in Philadelphia yesterday. So it started early in the morning on Market Street, not so far from where we are reporting from at Odyssey World headquarters. Police say that suspect assaulted at least 5 people in all, a man, 2 women, before lunchtime, and then continued along Market Street to assault others, punching especially women in the face, knocking them to the ground, trying to steal a bag from another 77-year-old man. When that 77-year-old man resisted, the suspect punched him right in the face, punched him in the mouth. This guy was violent, according to police, and just randomly walking up to people, some of them trying to rob them, some of them just to hurt them.
Safe to say that this is a prime case of mental health. I mean, just walking around, assaulting a litany of human beings for no reason.
Yeah, it would appear. I mean, so the suspect now identified as 36-year-old Donnell Bruce. He's charged with aggravated assault, robbery, among many other charges, resisting arrest when the police showed up to take him into custody because obviously people were calling for help. As far as those victims, they're all expected to make a full recovery, but some of them pretty badly bruised and shaken.
And this usually doesn't happen in our working neck of the woods, so to speak.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Maybe
How close is this? How close was this to our building?
to our building.
Yeah,
Is
a block or two.
A block or so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That usually doesn't
Market
happen right
Street.
around here.
That's true. I
Yeah.
mean, I think that he was up early. Here's the thing. This guy was up early.
Realized Stalker was off. He got pissed.
Maybe so. I mean, I don't know what to say. Back to school, up early. And no, seriously, I don't know the motive. And I think you made the point that everybody's thinking when you see the mugshot.
Yeah.
This guy's not all there.
Okay.
But
Like my mugshot. Not as good as my mugshot.
your mugshot's
The
beautiful.
Mona Lisa, by the way.
Yeah.
Mugshots.
Yeah, it's the best.
Nobody's ever seen a better mugshot, I can tell you that.
This is true, Mr. President. Well, Philadelphia police also investigating a shooting in the parking lot of a Wells Fargo bank. This happened in the Ronhurst section mid-morning yesterday, 7300 block of Bustleton Avenue. A woman, 61-year-old woman, was shot in the thigh. She was rushed to the hospital. She's in stable condition this morning. Then a friend of the victim who witnessed the gunfire said the shooting happened after some kind of a dispute over parking at the Wells Fargo. That was the report. So it was a woman who parked her car and then got into a dispute with a woman who parked next to her.
Okay. I mean, I've had
So-
my disputes at a Wells Fargo Center over,
Yeah.
$20 to park for a basketball game, but, not at a bank at a Wells Fargo branch.
So
Personal problems.
apparently, she pulls in and she opens her car door and the other person says, "Hey, you just nicked my car
Yeah.
with your car door."
The old
It
Nick
ends up
door.
in a gunshot. Come on.
I mean, Don,
Work it out.
It's, you a little chip in the paint, that's expensive. You got to exchange bullets over that.
Oh, yeah.
Those are fighting actions.
So we have that going on, and the suspect took off while she was helping a friend. So now they're looking for the guy who actually shot the victim here. She's in stable condition and expected again to make a recovery. We have a child and teenager police are searching for them after a series of armed carjackings across Philadelphia. So the first suspect is believed to be 17 years old, and the other suspect between 10 and 12. According to authorities. So they've released, images.
10 and 12.
Yeah.
Starting out early.
Starting
Dawn.
them young.
You got to
right?
train them young, right?
So these armed carjackings across the city of Philadelphia, and these are the children.
You see what happens when we get back up into the 80s and 90s with the temperature?
Yeah.
People go crazy.
Well, that brings us to what's going on. So yesterday we talked about Philadelphia schools, among many schools across the region and across the country, getting back to school this yesterday morning. Well, now they're announcing that because of the extensive heat warning, because we have 90 degrees today, 95 tomorrow, the school district of Philadelphia has announced 63 schools will be dismissing 3 hours early today and tomorrow due to the heat.
It's really inexcusable. I just, it's 2024. Can't we invest some money into our public schools so that kids can have air conditioning so they can actually, I don't know, stay in class? This is, I swear, and I know this isn't anything new in the last 4 years, Dawn, but like the pandemic just created excuses for us not to be in school. I got a story here in front of me. I know it's a different subject, but it's, about back to school. COVID surge forces schools to close and bring back pandemic-era measures. And by the way, these happened in the red states of Tennessee and Alabama. So if that's happening, Sean, just wait until the blue states get wind of this. They'll shut down in a nanosecond.
There's schools closing in Tennessee?
Tennessee and Alabama. Yes, hold on. I just tossed it in the can, but
what's he doing? Where's he going?
Yeah, go ahead, Dawn. I'll give you the update once you're
all right. I'm curious as to what he's doing. He's like down under his desk.
Yeah.
All right. So the deal is that they're going to close 3 hours early today and tomorrow due to excessive heat. Now, you may remember yesterday they had all the pomp and circumstances. They had the ringing of the bells, and the mayor was there, and the superintendent. And then they were having a meeting talking about wanting and asking for more federal aid. And so this now is an impetus as well to say, hey, we have this heat wave for just 2 days, today and tomorrow, 90, 91 today, 95. Tomorrow, we have 63 schools that have zero HVAC, zero air conditioning. These are old buildings. And especially when you get to the upper floors on the buildings, it's just, you can't breathe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so in no way am I questioning that at all, because I've been in some of the schools.
It's stifling.
It is stifling,
right.
Especially when you get on maybe the second floor, the third floor and upper.
Yeah. And not that a week makes a difference at this time of year in temperature, but
Look at last week would have been beautiful.
But also, can't we just go back after Labor Day? I know that's like one of Stalker's pet peeves of, let's just start the Tuesday after Labor Day. But, and by the way, I just realized that my girls, they only have a 4-day week this week. They're off on Friday. Obviously, they'll be off on Monday for Labor Day. So they open up the school year with 2 straight 4-day weeks. They just make it easier and easier every year. By the way, those schools, this is Johnson Abernathy Gratz High School in Montgomery, Alabama. They closed for 2 days and switched to remote learning for just 4 days. And then Stegall Elementary in Western Tennessee. So I'm thinking that's the Memphis section of Tennessee.
That makes sense. The Blue County.
The Blue
Those
County.
Are the scared people.
Yep.
Those
correct.
are the scared people. They're afraid of the China virus. Can't believe it.
Well, we'll have to talk.
I can't believe we're doing And by the way, the heat in New York. All right. I mean, I went to school. We never closed for the heat. And I'm in the words of Eddie Vedder, I'm still alive. So let's go.
My kids went to a little school here in Philadelphia, Norwood Fontbonne, which is, I don't know, it's a school that it's run by the Sisters of St. Joseph, and it's been around for, I think, 150 years or something. So in the one older building, the upper floors did not have air conditioning. Up in the third floor, one of the nuns actually had a stroke.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not kidding you. I'm not questioning that. Somebody wrote on our chat, hey, I went to school and it was hot. Some of these schools combine the fact that they're really old and decrepit and just stinky.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of it, you don't have AC. But my question is, wasn't it Arlene Ackerman back in the day had provided for every school to be fitted with all of these air conditioning units?
I was just going to say.
And then they were stolen, and nobody ever got to the bottom of it. Now Jalen Hurts is the only reason.
Yeah.
Honest to God.
Well, he donated 62 different units?
Yeah.
Or like 80 grand worth
so
or something?
200 grand worth.
200 grand, yeah.
So how is this that we have all of this money pumping in, and Jalen Hurts, our Philadelphia Eagle, like, thank God he's the only one. Otherwise, all the schools apparently would be shut down if it weren't for Jalen. So,
I mean, do some window units, do some ceiling fans, and hand out freeze pops. Always worked for me back in the day.
Nice. Yeah. Very nice. What also is nice, speaking of Jalen Eagles, so today, this is a harsh cut. They have to reach their roster from 90 to 50 by 4 p.m. today.
Yeah, down to 53, I think. So, yeah, a lot of people will be out of work after today. A lot of guys will be pivoting to sports talk radio around 4 o'clock today.
Maybe, yeah. So I've done those stories, those news stories, and Nick, you probably have too, the people who make the cut and how exciting it is. And it's a game-changing day.
Yes,
so
it is.
We're with you. As far as our Phillies, speaking of the heat, it's going to be a hot one for Phillies Astros today, and also hot because Bryce Harper is hot, 3-2 in the 10th inning. So we pulled out a win there for our Phils.
Over the Astros, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, big stretch, Houston and then the Braves.
So it's very exciting. So I think Astros again tonight, and that's 6:40 tonight, 4 p.m. tomorrow. And so it's going to be, hot, obviously, at Citizens Bank Park because we got 90, 91 today, 95 tomorrow. Then we move into a period where we're going to see some Thursday night into Friday. We will see some showers striking through, and that will cool us, give us some relief. We'll be back to the 80s.
All right.
So we'll talk about all of it. We're sponsored by Discover Lancaster this morning. And, if you're looking for a place where it's a little bit cooler, not in the city, Discover Lancaster. The weekend, you can pack the family up for some farm fun at the opening weekend of Cherry Crest Adventure Farm in Lancaster County. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. And the hot forecast sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the business. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
The Big Take this morning brought to you by Wawa. All aboard the Trump train. Momentum in politics, much like in many other aspects of life, can change at the drop of a dime. Donald Trump took possession of the ball on Friday with a stunning endorsement for RFK Jr., and that carried over into Monday with a handful of good looks for Trump and more proof that the Harris honeymoon might be over. From Afghanistan to the debate on September 10th to another endorsement, the arrow is pointing towards and trending with Donald Trump right now. And we've yet to see a ton of polls showing the impact of Bobby Kennedy, but we do have one, and we'll get to that coming up later this hour. But yesterday was the 3-year anniversary of the tragedy that occurred at Abbey Gate as 13 American soldiers were killed in Afghanistan. In a stark contrast in both optics and military support, Donald Trump posted wreaths alongside Tulsi Gabbard in Arlington, Virginia. And Kamala Harris, well, she posted a tweet. Here was MSNBC, of all places, highlighting Trump's appearance in Arlington. Listen and watch.
Trump was at Arlington National Cemetery this morning on the third anniversary of the suicide bombing in Afghanistan that killed 13 U.S. service members. What kind of an issue is Trump using this on?
Well, look, this is a low-key way for Trump to highlight something that he considers to be one of the biggest failures of the Biden administration and something politically he hopes he can tie Kamala Harris to. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan 3 years ago. Trump often highlights the death of those 13 service members at the bombing at Abbey Gate. He's done so again in a Truth Social post overnight. Obviously, this is a respectful appearance here at Arlington National Cemetery, but Trump views the Afghanistan withdrawal as a major foreign policy weakness for both President Biden and Vice President Harris. And, the polling has shown that was a point in which Joe Biden's popularity took a major hit, started to go down in that summer 3 years ago, didn't really recover. So this is the kind of thing that I expect you're going to see Donald Trump continue to try to highlight in ways both a little bit more subtle, like an appearance at Arlington, and a little bit more directly in his speeches and campaign trail appearances.
Wow, a rare moment of factual reporting based in truth. Not a single slant from MSNBC. Meanwhile, all the time that hideaway Harris could muster was a tweet. The Veep saying, quote, 3 years ago today, outside of Kabul airport, an ISIS terrorist killed 13 American service members and more than 100 innocent Afghans and wounded many more. On this solemn day, let us come together as one nation to honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of the United States and our cherished freedoms. Our grateful nation mourns and salutes them, end quote. A total of 3 sentences. I guess that's all she could muster, considering, well, she was, quote, the last one in the room. You might be saying, what are you referencing? Never forget the story from Politico with the headline reading, Harris says she had key role in Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal decision. The vice president confirmed she was the last person in the room before Biden made the decision to move forward with withdrawing U.S. troops. And in typical fashion, Kamala, well, she just laughed it off. Flashback to 3 years ago, here was Harris in cackle mode when the media wanted to ask her about the tragedy of our armed forces. Listen and watch.
What's your response to reports of Americans? Hold on. Slow down, everybody. I want to talk about 2 things. First, Afghanistan.
Everything is a joke with this lady. And I'm old enough to remember that, this was the administration saying, well, it's time for the adults to be put back in charge. But more positive news for Trump yesterday, as you'll recall, RFK Jr. saying more Democrat endorsements of Donald Trump were on the way. And it happened again yesterday. Tulsi Gabbard, fresh off of her appearance at Trump's side in Arlington, giving her official endorsement of Donald J. Trump. Listen and watch this.
To the brink of nuclear war than we ever have been before. This is one of the main reasons why I'm committed to doing all that I can to send President Trump back to the White House where he can once again serve us as our commander-in-chief. Because I am confident that his first task will be to do the work to walk us back from the brink of war. We cannot be prosperous unless we are at peace. And we can't live free as long as we have a government that is retaliating against its.
As we know, Tulsi has been added to the Trump team to prep him for debate season with Kamala Harris. And as we remember, Gabbard absolutely body-bagged Kamala in the 2020 Democratic primaries, all but ending her pipe dream to be president, which leads us to the latest surrounding the debate on September 10th. Kamala Harris is now trying to change the rules for the ABC debate. She now wants to be seated, and she also wants to have note cards. What's the matter, Kamala? Knees going to be shaking as you stand across from Donald Trump? Maybe that anxiety kicking in? You can't laugh your way out of this one? You can't word salad your way through a live televised debate? Do you need to be seated so you don't faint? And note cards? Really? Seriously, note cards. That is the equivalent of a student asking the professor to have their notebook and folder and textbook out during the final exam. What a joke. Trump was asked about the proposed rule changes, and here's what 45 had to say. Listen and watch this.
President Trump, would you want the microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking?
We agreed to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I'd rather have it probably on, but the agreement was that it would be the same as it was last time. In that case, it was muted. I didn't like it the last time, but it worked out fine. I mean, ask Biden how it worked out. It was fine. And I think it should be the same. We agreed to the same rules. Same rules and same specifications. And I think that's probably what it should be. But they're trying to change it. The truth is they're trying to get out of it because she doesn't want to debate. She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate.
Donald Trump obliterated Joe Biden into retirement and sent him back to the basement for good. Kamala and Trump agreed on the same rules. And Trump is letting her have it on friendly turf with ABC. That's the network she wanted. Now she wants more. Trump would crush her regardless of the format, the rules, the venue, the networks, the moderators. That said, if I'm Trump, I do not give in to her newest rule proposals. Keep crushing her over that. She's trying to wiggle out the back door. She's showing weakness. This is what you agreed upon. It's called a contract. There are terms. You put your pen to the paper, you're held to that contract. This is why they are hiding her. According to Jason Miller from the Trump team, the Harris campaign previously agreed to the same rules for the CNN debate, but is now trying to back out. Jason Miller saying, quote, enough with the games. We accepted the ABC debate under the same exact terms as the CNN debate. The Harris camp, after already agreeing to the CNN rules, asked for a seated debate with notes and opening statements. I mean, what does she think? She's back in a San Francisco courtroom opening statements? No, we said no changes to the agreed upon rules. Quote, if Kamala Harris isn't smart enough to repeat the messaging points that her handlers want her to memorize, that's her problem. This seems to be a pattern for the Harris campaign. They won't allow Harris to do interviews. They won't allow her to do press conferences. And now they want to give her a cheat sheet for the debate. My guess is they're looking for a way to get out of any debate with President Trump. End quote. That is Jason Miller. So if you want to use a Venn diagram to connect the pieces to the puzzle, Trump KO'd Biden on June 27th. Trump would absolutely destroy Harris via TKO on September 10th. And 4 years ago, Tulsi, who's prepping Trump, earned a unanimous decision over Kamala Harris with this legendary moment. Let's go back and listen and watch this clip.
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
No laughing there from the human giggle box, eh? Even Democrat lawmakers know that Harris and policy in the same sentence are a joke. According to reports from Politico, quote, under pressure to defend Kamala Harris's grocery price gouging plan, some Dem lawmakers are delivering a quiet message to anxious allies saying, don't worry about the details. It's never going to pass Congress. And as pollster Frank Luntz writes, quote, that might be why KamalaHarris.com doesn't have a single page of policy on it. She can't even get lawmakers on her side of the aisle to support her proposals. Translation, Kamala, the rational Democrats know that communism will lead to you losing the election. But lastly, more great news for Trump right here in Pennsylvania. And as we know, the election literally could come down to PA. Athan Kutsarumbis will join us at 9 o'clock this morning with his latest from Real Clear Politics that shows that, quote, underreported polling suggests Trump is poised to win Pennsylvania. But here we are, day 37. Still no interviews, still no press conferences, still no confirmed policies or conviction behind them. Looks like Hideaway has some work to do and might not want to take Labor Day off when the rest of us who do work take the time off. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, it's brought to you by Wawa this morning, where they have new Southwest flavors like the roasted chicken fajita veggie quesadilla or the beefsteak burrito wrap with salsa roja. Try a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Got to have a Wawa. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reactions from yesterday. And then also later on this hour, we will get to Meta, Facebook, and the Zuckerberg admission about how your rights were violated, and we were right all along. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you're over 40, we got to talk about lower testosterone.
Lower testosterone impacts millions of guys, so it's important you know the signs.
Like feeling lower energy levels or libido, losing muscle, or being out of shape.
So, what can you do? That's where Nugenix Total T comes in. Nugenix is a testosterone booster that can help guys get back to how they felt before lower testosterone.
And right now, you can actually get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix to try.
The fact is, lower testosterone doesn't go away without doing something about it. And Nugenix could be the help you need to trim up, stay lean, and get back the energy you used to have.
Text CAR to 369-369 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text CAR to 369-369. That's CAR to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free. with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Prices keep rising, but Social Security isn't keeping up with inflation. Seniors are struggling, and Senator Bob Casey's votes made things worse. Casey voted repeatedly for higher taxes on Social Security benefits. Doesn't Casey know that seniors can't afford higher taxes? Casey backed President Biden's agenda 98% of the time, including trillions in wasteful spending. All that spending didn't help lower prices. In fact, it drove inflation even higher. And Senator Casey wasted our tax dollars on COVID relief checks for violent criminals. That's right. Casey voted to send COVID relief checks to convicted murderers and rapists in jail. That's less for us, more for convicts. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania seniors and families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, OneNationAmerica.org.
Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hey, I'm going to let you in on a little wireless hack that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month. Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, they want you to believe that you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you. Well, here's the fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you'll ever need. Now, Pure Talk, my cell phone company, only charges you for data that you actually need. For example, for $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot, $25. And do you know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? Well, you can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, and watch 10 hours of video. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Check in with one of Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team members. No contract assigned, no activation fee, and you can even keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month from Pure Talk.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, 6:32. It is Kayal and Company. Happy Tuesday to all of you as we get it going here on a Tuesday morning. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. Nick Dawn and Sean here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We're going to get to Meta and Zuckerberg and Facebook coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But I thought yesterday was really a good day, and I want to give Dawn and Sean their chance to jump in on what stood out from Afghanistan to the disparity between the way Trump handled it versus the way Kamala Harris has handled it. And then, of course, also Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, I know it's old news that she's in Trump's, inner circle, so to speak now, or a part of Team Trump, but she officially gave her endorsement yesterday of Trump, as Bobby Kennedy said that there would be more people that were going to switch allegiances and jump aboard the Trump train. So, Dawn Stensland, first and foremost, anything that stood out to you yesterday on all the news cycles of the day?
Number one, I just thought, I always talk about bias by omission. And so by omission, where was the President of the United States on August 26th? As, we had the wreath laying there at Arlington, the grieving families, and Trump did not speak at Arlington. And I'm glad you played that audio, Nick, in your big take, because it was not an audio event other than, they're playing taps and it's very somber and there are, sobbing family members and that's just it. These Gold Star families are hurting, and we saw how much they're hurting and the way that they feel dismissed, if you will, by this administration because of politics. I will say that the White House, and I read it, I gave credit to the White House, did release yesterday morning quite a beautiful statement and put all of the names of the 13. And so I thought that was a good step. But a statement online is very different from the presence of, where's the President of the United States? Where's the Vice President? Mm-hmm. They have the day off, basically. And so just the visual of Trump being there and walking alongside a military widow and all of those Gold Star families who were present was a very respectful, and just a sad ceremony. Mm-hmm. And so that in and of itself, just the physicality of it. And then speaking of physicality, I will say this for Kamala, I think it's that by all accounts, she's maybe 5'4". She claims she's taller. It's kind of like an athlete thing, where athletes try to say they're taller. But
yeah, I'm actually 5'9", but in the 1210 WPHT program that comes out every week, I'm listed at 5'10 and a half.
The weirdest thing, we were watching MMA last night with my sons, and these people just beat they pulverize each other. I'm like, oh my gosh. So I said, what if they solved all politics like this? You had to get in the ring. Yes. And my sons, and then the one son is like, oh, that's not fair with Kamala and Trump because Trump's a big guy.
Right.
And then they were debating, yeah, but he's 78 and, she's 20 years younger, blah, blah, blah. And they're going back and forth. And I said, you guys, there is no way because she's maybe five. I mean, one account says she's 5'2", another says 5'4". So we had this bizarre, bizarre debate. But think about what we were talking about. Look, we're human beings. We're animals. We watch this stuff. She is worried. I guarantee you the reason she's wants to sit, is because she wants to equalize the fact that he's going to tower over her.
So it's the optics of being
It's
physically
the optics.
imposing. Yeah.
And if what I've noticed about her, and I don't know, usually they give the designer. I know Chloe was the dark navy that she wore, and so she didn't wear white. She wore that dark navy. Who else wears a dark blue suit? Trump.
Yeah, it's true. White shirt, red tie. Yeah, good point.
So she wore, and if you notice, what I've noticed about the tailoring of her jackets, she does double-breasted.
Yeah.
But the shoulder pads have gotten bigger and boxier. And so I think, seriously, she's trying to look more.
Project strength.
Yeah, commander-in-chiefy,
Okay.
if you will.
All right. Sean Farish, observations from yesterday, big takeaways?
Well, first of all, so Dawn's talking about with her sons, them settling their differences physically in Congress, and I am so here for that. That's why I can't be in Congress, because I would throw things at people across the chamber.
I could
It would
see
be,
that.
I swear, if I was sitting there and the president of Harvard was like, "Well, it depends about the context, of calling for the genocide of Jews," there would have been items flow like nonstop until she answered the question the way. So that's why we can't do that. But hey, you know what? Maybe Donald Trump and Kamala Harris can square off physically in the Olympics, since men can beat up women in that sport.
Well,
That's
that's
fine.
true.
But
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
why not? That's why
Good
when she
one.
was like, is it fair? I was like, well, the IOC thinks it's fair, so we might as well, just play by their rules. I don't like violence. This is this Harris debate thing. It is obvious now that she can't do anything without a script.
Nope.
I mean, she wakes up and probably goes in and gets the script of what she's going to wear, what she's going to eat. She can't even buy chips without a script. This is a problem. And I think you're watching that, play out in real time. I think you're dead on about why she wants to sit, because he does appear taller. He's much taller than she is. And obviously that does project strength. And it's crazy because, again, the agreed upon rules, we heard about it when she was accusing Donald Trump of backing out of the 9/10 debate, the ABC debate. The two campaigns agreed already, and now he's backing out. Okay, so then what's your excuse now? If Joe Biden didn't need notes, if Joe Biden didn't need a chair, if Joe Biden didn't need, all these special accommodations that Kamala Harris is requesting, why does she need it? I mean, the reason why she was handpicked and dropped in there in place of him is because he was too old and wasn't fit to serve, right? So if she needs all these accommodations that Joe Biden didn't even request or agree to, then why? What is it that she needs? Opening statements, that's nothing more than just taking time to filibuster, memorizing something and then not having to answer any questions. As far as Afghanistan goes, the LA Times had an article in August of 2021 also that said, Kamala Harris is basically bragging about her key role. She owns this policy too. And yesterday, all of a sudden, I think Jason Miller said this on with Jesse Waters. The reason why the Harris campaign, I think, or what he said was, started talking about these debates is because they didn't want to talk about Afghanistan yesterday, because that's where things started going badly with the Biden regime. But I think it proves, when you look at Harris, when you look at this whole needing notes on a debate stage, if you need notes, it's not a debate. I mean, because where does it stop then, right? Okay, I have note cards, or I have my smartphone and I'm looking up answers on, Google, or Chat GPT is helping me through the debate, or Grok, or what. Grok is awesome, by the way. But you have this idea that you need to bring note cards and information onto the debate stage with you. Then what's the point of having a debate in the first place? A debate is supposed to highlight your knowledge of the issues in real time, not what your note card says. So, it's obvious that this woman cannot operate without a script. It's obvious that this woman is having, I think she's having brutal debate prep sessions right now. I mean, I think they're running through, whoever's doing the stand-in for Trump. And I promise it isn't me, but I think they're running through. I would never do that. I think they're running through. They probably watched like the debate that Esty and I did on 1210, and they're like, "This is going to be a disaster." I think they're running through it, and they're realizing she can't do it, and they've hidden for 36 days or 37 days now, and she can't do it. She cannot do it without a script, and so they're desperately trying to change these rules now to accommodate for her deficiencies. And it's not like, she's not that good. She's incompetent. She is not capable of doing anything without a script. And I think they're seeing behind the scenes in the Kamala camp, if she takes the debate stage against Donald Trump, it's going to be like June 27th, 2.0. And they are terrified. What Trump needs to do, look, they have to debate. And I don't want to see him cave and say, yeah, sure, bring notes.
Mm-hmm.
But this has to be highlighted, that they agreed to terms, and she's now trying to change the terms again.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is you can't live like this if you're the president of the United States. Not everything is going to be scripted out. If Israel starts having problems, or Russia, there's no script for global events.
Think about what you're saying. And you said she needs a script, and you're talking about knowledge. think about Trump when he speaks, when he's riffing, or think about even Tom Cotton on with that nasty, biased Jonathan Karl.
Yeah.
The 2 points that you think when you see Trump, and he's especially talking about the economy or business or jobs, or to your point, Sean, when he talks about foreign relations or the Middle East, you know that when he speaks, this is what he believes.
Mm-hmm.
This is his philosophy. And you know exactly, it's not about a written policy that a policy director came up with.
Yep.
You know that Tom Cotton, when he pushed back hard, he believes that. You know with Trump, when he says this, he believes that. So the real question to me is, what does she really believe? Because we have all these clips that, Nick's been playing them in big takes, and Henry and Greg have been playing them, where we see her just a short time ago when she was running for president, and she was saying things like, well, I believe in Medicare for all, and I don't believe in private health insurance. And, so she was saying those things off the cuff in interviews without notes, without prompter. So my theory on this truly is that they don't want her to riff. They don't want her to say what she really believes, because what she really believes is, way far left.
You think she actually
it's left
does
of
believe?
Stalin.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
well,
she
her dad's
truly
a Marxist.
is.
Stalin.
Right.
Yes.
So it's Marxism, it's communism. That's truly what she believes. The whole. I've said for months on this show that I thought the word, when they talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, equity is code for socialism, right? I mean, just think about the way they define it. We all don't start in the same place, but we end up in the same place. No, we don't end up in the same place. We don't put a cap on. This isn't professional sports where there's a salary cap where you can only make X amount of dollars, and then everybody else has to be slotted in and given something close to the same. But I'm so befuddled by her. And if I had to pick a side, I think she truly does believe in communism and socialism. But I also think there's a part of her, she just doesn't have any conviction in anything that she tries to portray that she believes, because she has no depth to anything she says. There's no substance. And to Dawn's point, like, Trump says what he says because he believes it, he lives it, and he's gone out and he's executed it. She's basically just whistling and flapping like a flag in the wind, and she'll go any direction she needs to go to get ahead in life, which is how I think she's climbed the political ladder.
True.
Yes, and let me tell you, because you mentioned this, she will say I think you're right. I don't think she actually has convictions. I don't think she actually, I think she's a Marxist, right? I honestly, I think she's a Marxist, but that is her dad. But I think of where she came up, right, in California. Yep. If she was raised in, let's say, Alabama, right, she may not be a Marxist. Right. Not just because in order to advance her political career, like you said, in California, the further left you go, the more successful you're going to be in politics. So she has, for her entire career, said what she needs to say to continue to advance her career. And that's why now she's saying all of these things and positioning herself like a moderate and this joy candidate, because that's how she's going to advance her career. Mm-hmm. She's not going to do that running far left in a presidential election. So, she's a chameleon, essentially. She'll go with, you say a flag flapping in the wind. She's going to go whichever way the wind blows.
Yep.
But remember, and I've thought a lot about this with her, why wasn't her father at the DNC? Because she's talked about him. He's in her life, even though the mom had primary custody. More and more when I look into it, her dad, a Marxist economist professor who taught at some of the most liberal universities,
and he wore it on his sleeve.
Yes,
yeah.
And I'm really convinced that the reason they didn't want him at the convention was because they've already been calling her a Marxist.
Yeah.
If Marxist emeritus professor from Stanford, who by the way was UW Wisconsin. That's why she lived in Madison for a while. These are very liberal institutions. But then they would say, see, that's her look at her father, and that's who taught her this. That's what she grew up with. I really believe that's why Dad was not at the DNC.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour with the first poll post-DNC convention, the first poll since RFK Jr. dropped out. Did Trump get a bump? We'll give you the details next as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour.
Hey, it's Greg with Kayal and Company. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel and partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now, through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Trust me, I have NFL Sunday Ticket for YouTube TV. You get picture-in-picture, so you can watch multiple games. If you have a little skin in the game, it makes it that much more impressive. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after the free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Back to school. Life gets busy. No time to cook. Don't worry. Captain Chucky's to the rescue. Locations everywhere. Let Chucky's help you with quick, delicious, and fresh meals perfect for your hectic schedule. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Furnish your new home or replace that old furniture with Bucks County Estate Traders and their massive Labor Day sale. Everything store-wide is 20 to 50% off. High-quality name-brand furniture, mid-century modern, vintage, and more. Plus artwork, lighting, and decorative pieces for every room in your house. More than 15,000 items in stock. Bucks County Estate Traders has it all. Save big August 29th through September 3rd at their showroom in Hatfield or buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Forget the beach, forget the pool, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this weekend for our annual Labor Day sales event. Save up to $10,000 off any new Hyundai in stock. Over 200 vehicles to choose from with rates as low as 0%. This weekend only. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Labor Day Monday. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. Summer is coming to an end, and so are these huge savings on all remaining 2024 Hyundais. We have Palisades, Elantra, Santa Fe's, Tucson's, and more. Score one this weekend for as low as $199 per month. Plus, you'll be ready for every tailgate this fall with a new 45-gallon Yeti Core with the purchase of any new vehicle only at Colonial Hyundai this weekend. The Labor Day sales event this weekend only at Colonial Hyundai. Save up to $10,000, $6,500 for your trade guaranteed, rates as low as 0%, and get a new 45-gallon Yeti Core with the purchase. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers include all rebates and incentives. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer listed price. See dealer for full details.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Labor Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, baby's first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.654, Kayal and Company. Temperature rising indeed as we continue. 7 o'clock hour is on the way. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. And then we will carve out a big chunk of time to get into this Facebook Mark Zuckerberg admission about the censorship of Americans at the hands of the Biden administration. I didn't want to rush through that in the 6 o'clock hour because there's a lot to say and break down. But I just want to quickly wrap up. In third-party candidates, Kamala takes a 2-point lead. But when Kennedy is taken out of the fray, Donald Trump gained about 3 percentage points to tie Harris at 48% apiece. And just a quick thought, because when I look at this, I say, okay, it's a national poll. I know you shouldn't really read into national polls, but it was the first available sample that I could look at. Now, if we just apply that to the swing states, where we've seen RFK in the 7 battlegrounds, anywhere from 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 points, even on the low end of things. Let's say he's 3 to 4 in Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, you name it. This is, I think, a significant impact. If you want to use the word seismic, knock yourself out. I won't push back against it. But, Sean, quick thought real quick as we wrap up the hour here. The first polling showing that RFK does help Trump's bottom line.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expected, I think. And if you're looking at a national poll, you're right not to base everything off national polls because, you know, we don't do the national popular vote. That's not what decides our presidential election. But you can kind of apply that, you know, generally to every state. Now, of course, in Tennessee, Donald Trump is going to win by more than just 1 percentage point. But the significance comes where if he's leading by a 1 percentage point in a national poll, it means that he's pulling more than he should or normally would or historically did in some of those big cities, the New Yorks, the Phillies, the Atlantas, Detroit, you know, all those major metropolitan areas. And if that's the case, then in your swing states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, in those big cities, he's most likely going to perform well. It's kind of like inertia, right? Where if you see it, you know, nationally, how does that project into each state and what do we take from that? So this is why I geek out. I can't wait to speak to our guest later today. This is why I geek out about the crosstabs, right? Republican and Democrat, they go, well, it's oversampling this versus that. But then there are like crosstabs within the crosstabs. Are you dealing with female Democrats? Are you dealing with urban Democrats? Are you dealing with rural Republicans? Are you dealing with suburban Republicans? So like there are so many different variables. This Echelon Insights poll, it shows you, look, if Donald Trump wins the national popular vote, whether it's by 1 point, 3 points, or if it's a dead heat, that is likely a win in the Electoral College. It is unheard of for a Republican to win the national popular
I was
vote.
just thinking that. And Dawn, if I heard this earlier and I agree with this, if Trump gets 48% of the popular vote, To me, there's no way he could lose then, right? Because, like, Kamala is going to run up the score in states where she's already going to win, like California or perhaps New York. So she can keep tacking on vote after vote after vote there. But if she only gets 52% of the popular vote, from an electoral college standpoint, in the race to 270, should be Trump's to lose, I would think.
Yeah, I think, as you said about national polls, because our presidential elections are obviously determined by electoral college. And so the popular vote, it doesn't matter. I've never been polled. So I really don't put stock in those so-called national polls.
I've never been polled either, actually.
So I look at the state by state. I think state by state, local, those perhaps are more accurate. Although we keep hearing, everybody keeps saying that Trump tends to run whatever's reflected, just add 5 or 6 points to it.
He always underpolls.
I know.
Yeah.
So if he underpolls, why? Because Republicans, first of all, we're all at work. So we're not going to, and we're not answering our phone. And number two, because I think a lot of times conservatives tend to be more skeptical. And I get, if I do get something on my phone, I'm not going to respond.
Yeah.
I think we've been shadow banned. I just,
so I
tend to be more skeptical. And I think that is emblematic of how conservatives feel right now.
Speaking of shadow banning, we will get to the absolutely massive censorship story to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. I wanted to wait until we got to this hour because obviously more people on the roads listening at 7 versus 6, and we will do that coming up after Dawn's news. Major bombshell admission, and I'm sure the media and the journalists out there in this great country, they'll be all over this story. It's going to be wall-to-wall Zuckerberg coverage. Kayal and Company, hour 2 is on the way. Stay there.
Here's Brooke Burke for Skechers' new Workout Walker footwear.
Do you know the world's #1 most popular form of exercise? It's walking. And one company has you covered. Skechers, the comfort technology company, with their newest performance walking sneaker, Skechers Workout Walker. Because the Skechers Workout Walker is fully loaded to get the most out of your walk, including a carbon-infused plate in the sole to add more spring to your step. Find Skechers Workout Walker for men and women at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Progressive presents 10 things on a contractor's to-do list that are harder than getting a commercial auto insurance quote. Bidding a new client, giving an accurate estimate, finding affordable materials, getting a client to pay you for work you already did, getting a client to pay you, period, securing permits and workers and tools, getting those workers and tools to work together, and finding the perfect pair of overalls. Pockets, baby. But the easiest thing on a small business owner's to-do list? Seeing if you can save on commercial auto insurance. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show and meet Ike Reese.
Archbishop Wood basketball team, it's your boy Ike Reese.
That's Conklin at Wood, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
What's better than saving? Saving with certainty. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 5.25% APY. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our other savings options, like our growth savings account with amazing rates. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, Purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Born in the heat of the desert, my mother died giving me life.
7:04, it's Kayal and Company as we continue live on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Sean Farish, Dawn Stensland. Sean is in for Greg this morning. We've got Captain Kirk, we've got Phil, we've got Henry, a whole crew hanging out today as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Our buddy Athan Kutzer-Rumbus will take a deep dive with us at 9 o'clock this morning from Real Clear Politics. He's got a new column out where he's talking about how Donald Trump is being underpolled here in Pennsylvania. A very fascinating conversation on just how well he might do here coming up between September 16th. September 16th is when it starts. September 16th, folks. One more time for the people in the back. September 16th, not just November 5th, as he'll attempt to knock off Kamala Harris. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Dawn thought I was having a stroke for a moment. Her head snapped. She's like, what's Nick doing over there? Is he having like a Biden brain meltdown? What's going on? Just wanted to put a little extra emphasis on that. But we'll get to Meta. And also, we just talked about Kamala Harris and not having conviction and just, you know, her policies and her beliefs swaying in the breeze like a flag when John Fetterman was standing in front of it before it toppled over a few years ago. She actually has new thoughts. I can't believe this is real life. This is not parody, folks. She has new thoughts on the wall and the southern border. We're going to get to that coming up. But before we get to that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Tuesday morning. We're here August 27th. And heating up to 91 degrees, sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. So let's get to it as Philadelphia police say they are searching for 2 children considered armed and dangerous, accused of carjackings across the city. And so the first suspect described as a thin teen boy, about 5'8". The second suspect described as a younger boy, maybe as young as 10 years old, 4'8". Police releasing new surveillance camera images of the pair allegedly carjacked and robbed multiple people across the city at gunpoint throughout Philadelphia over the span of nearly a week. So it all started about August 16th at night, and they've been, these 2 suspects are the ones they believe responsible for all of these different carjackings of people. Usually these are at night or overnight in the wee hours. Some of them 4:45 a.m., 2 a.m., 10 o'clock at night. So in the overnight hours, and attacking people.
Typically, it's usually Kias and Hyundais. That's been the the top brands, I think, over the last 22 months of these reports that you've been delivering?
Oh, that's a good question. These are carjackings. So
Okay.
You know, the Kias and Hyundais are usually when they're doing the smash and grab or
That's
they
correct.
break in.
Or the theft of the vehicle.
But in these, I think these are crimes of opportunities. So either, you know, I'm looking at some of them, people who work our kind of, you know, hours with 4:45 in the morning, 5:50 a.m., people who are still in the dark, going outside their home, and maybe they're going to get their, you know, get into their vehicle and go to an early job, or people just getting home and they've just gotten home at maybe 10 o'clock at night.
Yep.
But generally speaking, as I look at these individuals, they were all crimes of opportunities.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we've got that going on. I told you earlier about the case of they did catch this man who he will undergo a psych evaluation after he randomly just assaulted 5 different people. It happened yesterday. Started at 7 o'clock in the morning at the 2200 block of Market Street, and then he made his way down Market Street just punching people, many of them women and or senior citizens. So either if he did strike a man that was nearly an 80-year-old man, but most of them were women of all different ages or elderly and or punching these victims in the face.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So at least they did make the arrest of that 36-year-old man. He's charged with aggravated assault, but like I say, will undergo that psych eval, as they call it. And then we do have the search for other suspects, including that one that happened at the Wells Fargo Bank in the Rawhurst section that I talked about. That one happened yesterday on Bustleton Avenue with one woman shot. She's being treated in the hospital, shot in the thigh. This was some kind of an argument over a parking spot. However, the gunman got away. So they're releasing some new surveillance images of that one. And as we look at Philadelphia Public Schools, just started school yesterday, and yet 63 schools starting today and tomorrow due to excessive heat warnings will be shut down at noon. So early dismissal for parents, especially of younger children. This obviously creates a childcare crisis because a lot of parents were counting on the fact that their kids would be in school all day until 3 or after, and those aftercare programs we talked about yesterday extended to 6 p.m.
Yeah, somebody's basically going to be screwed one way or the other, right? The parent that can't get out of work, the parent that can't afford childcare, the child that's in the hot classroom that might have a health scare, or, you know, the teachers. I think, Dawn, you mentioned in the first hour of the news of a teacher or a nun that passed out. And, of course, you know, politics are at play here. I would think, and I agree with you, like, I mean, if it's 105 degrees, you probably can't be in there. But, you know, you got these teachers that I mentioned in the first hour now, this teachers union down in Alabama and Tennessee playing politics with COVID. Teachers union, a very, very powerful group. Very, very powerful group. And I hate to go on a tangent here. I have so much respect for teachers for what they deal with, because I couldn't do what they do as far as putting up with punks and their guff and their flack. Not to mention, you know, some kid shows up with a gun or whatever. I just lost a little bit of respect for some teachers over the last 4 years with the way they kind of manipulated and strong-armed the system during COVID. I don't know if I'm off base with that takeaway, but I'm down on teachers right now, man. I really am.
Well, and think about, you know, all the teachers across the country, and a lot of them were, I remember in Chicago, there were these, I'll say it, these hottie teachers who were actually, because they were Zoom teaching, but they were on beaches. They were like in Puerto Rico or somewhere in the Caribbean, and they were complaining about the fact they had to teach via Zoom, and they were like bikini clad, sort of hottie. So it went viral for multiple reasons.
Well, yes.
People were looking at the teachers, but I think a few, it's the old saying of a few maybe bad apples.
Yeah. Like always. Most people, you know, go about it the right way, but it's those that don't, for sure.
And the union leadership.
Oh, yeah.
And how many callers have we had? And they've said, hey, the union leadership, Randy, does not represent me.
It really pisses me off.
Thank you, Randy.
We do have a follow-up. This is a Kayal Company News follow-up. That remember the story of the woman who was taunting a 500-pound tiger at the zoo. Well, now we know that a New Jersey woman is charged after that video that went viral, pretty shocking video. She was trying to enter the tiger enclosure there at a South Jersey zoo last week, Bridgeton Police Department. They're now identifying 24-year-old Zaire Dennis of Millville, arrested and charged with defiant trespassing and violating some other city ordinances. But this was in Bridgeton, August 18th. That's when you see this woman, and she's sticking her arm in. She climbs over all these fences.
I saw the video over the weekend.
And
then she kind of withdrew, and she pulled back, and she skedaddled on out when she realized it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, like this tiger wants to eat me.
Yeah. It wasn't Tony the Tiger with Frosted Flakes,
We
folks.
call it
all right?
Big Cat.
Yeah.
Big Cat. And I knew Tony the Tiger very well, by the way. We came up with I came up with it. I said, here's your slogan, Frosted Flakes, they're great. And everybody said, tremendous. And then Tony said it very well.
We're going to make cereal great again.
Now, reportedly, they realized that she had done a similar thing to a bear enclosure, gotten close to a bear, and then gone into the tiger enclosure. I think the best point that the police and the authorities made was let's say this woman had gone in and was in the jaws of the tiger. The zoo is required to shoot the tiger at that point.
Remember Harambe?
Yeah, remember that?
And you know what the best thing about the Harambe situation was?
No.
Your boy Nick, Mike Francesa, went on like a 10-minute rant.
I remember that.
I don't know if you've ever heard it.
Oh, the stupid gorilla.
He was in there with a gorilla.
A gorilla.
Like, it was,
gorilla.
He was screaming about a gorilla. And I'm like, oh my, this guy's talking about, it's great. But yeah, I'm having Harambe vibes.
Yeah, that story's got to be what, 10 or 12 years old now?
Yeah, that was before 2016 because a lot of people voted. Remember, people voted for Harambe?
Yeah.
And they were like, that's why Hillary Clinton lost. You voted for a gorilla.
The Harambe write-in.
Harambe. There was a campaign for Harambe for president.
I remember that.
Harambe or the hag. They chose Harambe.
That's correct.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, May 28th, 2016.
Wow. Okay, so it was 8 years ago. Yeah, over 8 years ago.
It was, remember, it was a little boy who I guess somehow fell into the enclosure with this huge gorilla. Was shot.
Yeah.
Gorilla.
The gorilla.
You're so funny, the gorilla. We are
That's
under.
what he said.
Yep.
We are sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Excessive heat warnings, 91 degrees, and with the heat index, I always have to say this, with the heat indices, it'll feel like it's closing in on 100 degrees. So that's explaining all the 63 schools will be closed as of noon today, and they'll close early tomorrow as well. Extreme heat, that'll happen 91 today, 95 tomorrow, but then the storms roll through. So by Friday, we're looking at mid-80s. We do have some stormy weather moving through. And I will just say this about our Phillies, who are hot. We have the Astros in town, a nice stretch of home games, if you will. But Phillies tied in the ninth until Bryce Harper walk-off in the bottom of the inning after Trey Turner drew a walk. Harper scores a ghost. This is the Inquirer. I love the way they wrote this. Harper scored ghost running Kyle Schwarber from second with a single to right field, securing a 3-2 win to open the series against Houston. That was in the 10th inning. Wow, if you were present for that, what an exciting game. So we won 3-2, Astros again tonight, 6:40 p.m.
Yes, and a great chance to get some more ground and distance between them and the Bravos coming up.
The Bravos. Well, bravo to Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster this week. Head to Lancaster County, enjoy the fresh air, learn about the Amish culture. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Let's sink our teeth into the big bombshell yesterday, late in the day into the evening hours, as the House Judiciary GOP has basically dropped a major bombshell. This is a letter courtesy of Mark Zuckerberg and Meta. And just to give it a quick summary, and I will read you the letter verbatim in a second, but Mark Zuckerberg basically admitted to three things with Meta and Facebook. Number one, according to Jim Jordan, the Biden-Harris administration did in fact pressure Facebook to censor Americans during the pandemic. Number two, Facebook censored Americans and throttled the Hunter Biden laptop story. This is a big win for free speech. This is a official letter from Mark Zuckerberg with Meta letterhead stationery that is posted on the House Judiciary GOP Twitter feed, where Zuckerberg writes the following. Chairman Jordan, I appreciate the committee's interest in content moderation on online platforms. As you are aware, Meta has produced thousands of documents as part of your investigation and made a dozen employees available for transcribed interviews. Further to our cooperation with your investigation, I welcome the opportunity to share what I've taken away from this process. There's a lot to talk about right now around how the U.S. government interacts with companies like Meta, and I want to be clear about our position. Our platforms are for everyone. We're about promoting speech and helping people connect in a safe and secure way. As part of this, we regularly hear from governments around the world and others with various concerns around public discourse and public safety. In 2021, senior officials from the Biden administration, including the White House, repeatedly pressured our teams for months to censor certain COVID-19 content, including humor and satire, and expressed a lot of frustration with our teams when we didn't agree. Ultimately, it was our decision whether or not to take the content down, and we own our decisions, including COVID-19 related changes we made to our enforcement in the wake of this pressure. I believe the government pressure was wrong, and I regret that we were not more outspoken about it. I also think we have made some choices that, with the benefit of hindsight and new information, we wouldn't make today. Like I said to our teams at the time, I feel strongly that we should not compromise our content standards due to pressure from any administration of government in either direction, and we're ready to push back if something like this happens again. He goes on to write a few more paragraphs. You can read it online if you would like or on social media. But my big takeaway to this is the last 4 years have been a flat-out lie to the American public, all right? This is, I believe, a violation of your constitutional rights, specifically the First Amendment. And I know people are going to say, well, Facebook's a private company, which, technically they are, and you have to abide by their rules, and they can do what they like. But basically, Facebook was the middleman for the government silencing their citizens in regards to what the government is imploring you to do, right? Shut up, take the vaccine, wear your mask, don't have any, different thoughts, don't have critical thinking skills. How dare you make a joke, satire? And so it wasn't necessarily technically, in theory, the government to the citizens. There was a company in between in the chain of command, but they basically pressured people and silenced you. They censored you. They shadow banned you. They suspended you. They permanently kicked you off the platform. And it was, in my opinion, an orchestrated attack against American citizens. That's really what it comes down to for me. It's the government, it's big tech, obviously big pharma involved with the vaccines and everything that was going on during COVID. A lot of big, right? Which is what Bobby Kennedy hates, which is why he's now on board with Donald Trump. And I would like to think that there will be a reckoning in this country. And how do you get your revenge and your redemption? You do it at the ballot box. Between September 16th, early voting in Pennsylvania, Election Day nationwide, November 5th. My only concern with this is I feel like if I'm looking at it objectively and looking at the whole pantheon of politics and the whole political spectrum, it's red meat for us because we've been saying this for 4 years. We feel vindicated. But for somebody who's a left-winger, who is pro-vaccine, still wears their mask, complied like a sheep, despite all the evidence out there saying masks don't work, the vaccine, you still can get COVID, you can still spread COVID, they're just sitting back and saying, I don't care. I believe what they tell me, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And I'm still on Facebook, and I wasn't censored. Okay, that's fine. But I do feel like this is going to fall down partisan lines of conservatives and Republicans. We told you so, and we are right. But I don't know that this really materializes for change at the ballot box. I also don't think this falls under the Patriot Act. And I do believe this impacted the election. And people will say, well, how can you prove that? Well, we've had surveys. We've had polls. Specifically with the Hunter Biden laptop story, people were asked, had they have known about the Hunter Biden laptop and the Biden family corruption and the allegations of influence peddling with the Biden brand and the Biden name, people are on record in polls and surveys saying they would have voted differently, right? And think about how close that election was in 2020. So that could easily, you think Bobby Kennedy can make a factor and be a factor and make a difference. This could have totally have changed the elections. So when you hear about election interference, this to me, like when you hear stolen election, you can talk about ballot boxes and videos and trucks pulling up at 3 a.m,
But I have said from day one, this is the one that sticks in my craw the most. Because I want you to think about this for a second, and then Dawn and Sean, I want to get your thoughts. Could you imagine if Donald Trump, I wrote this one down. Could you imagine if Donald Trump told the New York Times while he was the sitting president, you cannot have your story about me and Stormy Daniels shared on X, and Trump went to Elon Musk and said, you got to stop the dissemination and the sharing of that story. I want those people kicked off of social media. Could you imagine how the mainstream media would have covered that story and handled that? Flip the story, flip the parties, flip the politician, flip the platform. It would have been like World War V. So to me, this is a big revelation. I just feel like, sadly, it will only resonate with people that listen to this type of programming and not the larger masses out there that consume Facebook nonsense. Dawn, let me get your thoughts first, because I know you've been talking about how, we've been violated for so long for the last 4 years.
Yeah, I think as far as election integrity, there are cases still making their way through the courts. And the problem is that they, even were under the order of the Supreme Court to hold certain ballots separately, and they did not, or things were destroyed. And so we keep hearing about this. None of this is good, because we want fair, transparent elections. If we don't have election integrity, and this is bigger than one or two elections, it's bigger than Trump. It's not what this is about. This is about the future of the country. If voters don't feel that it's fair, and we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, if we want to talk about equity, equality, if people, it doesn't matter who you are, wherever you are in the country, if you feel that the system is quote unquote rigged, if you've seen things, and how many people have called in and said, man, they had these, it was strange, and they had this or they had that. We don't want any of that talk. And so what I don't understand is why we don't just pass the laws that are proposed that say everybody goes on election day, that we have paper ballots as a backup, that we have also everybody shows their identification, and we have an election day. So in states like Florida, where we did have the one red wave, isn't it a coincidence? And I don't know. And see, this raises questions that we shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But in Florida, what do they have? ID.
And I'm all for that. And I just want the free flow of speech not to be stifled by somebody who says, I don't think you should be able to say that. No, that's not the way it works. But more importantly, I want the free flow of information. If you believe in the marketplace of ideas, Sean Farish, you should be able to consume and have every piece of anecdotal information out there for you to make an informed decision. And you not being able to find out perhaps about the Hunter Biden laptop story influences your final voting process. Had you have known that, I mean, Donald Trump might have won by X, Y, or Z. But no, that was deemed off limits, which to me is completely unacceptable.
17% of folks who responded to, I don't remember who did the polling, but 17% of Biden voters, these aren't Trump voters, 17% of Biden voters said they would have voted differently had they known about the Hunter Biden laptop story. And there's 2 points I want to make about this, because Zuckerberg talked about how new information suggests da-da-da-da-da. Well, the only reason why a lot of people feel like it's quote unquote new information is because when the information was actually new 4 years ago, it was censored. So there are people who are hearing about it for the first time, so they feel like it's new. It's like if you just get into a band, a music group, and you listen to an album from 8 years ago, you're like, oh, this is great, because it's new to you, but it's been around for a long time, right? You get it, right? It's like when you try a food for the first time, that's not the first time the food has ever existed. It's the first time you've had it because you haven't had it before. And in this case, you have been restricted from hearing about this information. So whether it's masks, social distancing, it affecting young people. It came from China. It didn't come from a bat soup thing. It came from a lab. This isn't new information, but this is the point, right? The Hunter Biden laptop isn't new either. We knew about that way before the 2020 election, but 17% of Biden voters said they would have changed their vote or voted differently had they known about the Hunter Biden laptop. And this is the point that I'm going to finish with, because this is, I think, a huge problem with our side of things, with our movement, right? All of us, we look at the media, we saw the chart. 10% of Republicans, or they place 10% of trust in the media on the Republican side. Independents trust the media at 36%. Okay, Democrats trust the media at 73%. They will sit there, they'll turn on CNN. It's true. They'll turn on CNN and they'll just eat it up. They'll all right, I got my news for the day. If we really want this information to get out, right, the Hunter Biden laptop, and there's nothing we could have done about that in 2020 because literally every outlet that we tried to disseminate this information was being clamped down on by the government. You see Facebook admitting it. If they did it to Facebook, they did it to YouTube, they did it to X or Twitter at that point in time. They did it all over the place. Now we have Rumble. Now we have Truth. Now we have Getter. Now we have X, the largest social media platform in the world that is a free speech platform. But if we don't want 17% of voters to make these mistakes again, I'm sorry, and this may rub people the wrong way, we as conservatives have got to stop taking time off in this process. You know, I firmly believe the reason why the Democrats waited until the end of July and the beginning of August to do their little flipperoo is because they know many people like us on our side are asleep for the entire month of August. So they would be able to do it. There would be outrage, but the media and everybody else would be able to wash it away. And then conservatives will wake up after Labor Day and go, what the hell happened? What do you mean, what the hell happened? But this has been going on. We have to be better if we want to take the mainstream media's power away, because their power should be taken away. Their influence should be taken away. And I get so upset when I hear people go, well, nobody watches it. No, yes, people do watch it. If nobody watched it, what would happen? There would be no advertisers because their money spent advertising wouldn't be worth anything because it's not reaching any eyeballs. People still watch the media. The media still has a significant amount of influence. Look at what they have done in the rebranding of Kamala Harris. If we really want to take the media's power away, it's on us. This is the best part because it's tough love, but I think it's empowering. We've got to do a better job, right? If we want to take the media's power away, then take it away. We have to be better at finding conservative, reliable, because there's a lot of bull crap out there too. We have to be able to find a reliable source of information. Your show. I love Dan Bongino. There are a lot of people out there. They listen to the Ben Shapiro's. I don't agree with them on everything, but Ben Shapiro, all of these other, Graham Allen, all these people, right? These conservative commentators. And we have to do a better job of sharing and distributing the truth, because in a situation where Facebook cracks down on COVID information, or the Hunter Biden laptop, or Kamala Harris flip-flopping, or any of these things where they're cracking down on the truth, they're censoring the truth, we have the power to overcome that, just like we, the people, have the power to overcome their electoral games, right? You want to talk about too big to rig. Well, that means more than just voting. There are so many of us who know the truth, but do nothing. Well, what can I do? I'm just one person. I'm one person too. 4 years ago to the day, I went to, I was inspired by a boat parade to start people driving around on Long Island with their Trump flags up in long Trump train, caravans on the road. That turned into a movement where tens of thousands of people got involved. We flipped county legislatures. We flipped county executive seats. We put Republican district attorneys in. We swept school boards. We got people involved for the first time in their lives. This is what we can do. I was one person. I didn't even do a Trump impersonation 4 years ago that people knew about. Seriously. So if we want to make a difference, then let's start making the difference. I get it. Everyone's got families. They've got kids. We've got jobs. We can't spend 100% of our time doing this. I do that because it's what I do. It's how I make my living. But we have to be better. I see this and I watch the numbers. I watch with the engagement. We lull ourselves into sleep over the summer because it's time to go to the beach. You can still go to the beach, but when you get home, make a post or two on social media, share some content, be a part of the process, own the process, immerse yourself in the process, because if we don't do it, then the media is just going to trample us again.
But
they
you
still have power.
But think about Elon Musk and the difference Elon Musk has made, because I know for some of us here, we were being shadow banned, and they were also... Yes. There were programs, and they came out with this when you were you talked about communicating with other conservatives. We were like, they limited they did something with the DMs, because I have my DMs open. Anybody can DM me, direct message me. They were shutting that down or doing something funny with that. And so Elon Musk has made a huge difference. The one thing I want to talk about really quickly, and anybody can go to judiciary.house.gov, okay? Spies Who Lie leader. This was about 8 weeks ago. This just came out thanks to the Judiciary Committee. Talked about the fact that the Spies Who Lie leader, the co-signers, were on the CIA payroll when they falsely claimed that the Hunter Biden laptop was a Russian fake. So think about this, and I understand what you're saying, and I think you, Sean Farish, are an inspiration, but people were intimidated because you had all of these alleged people who the media was quoting, right? They were quoting all these people who were saying, oh, no, Russia, the Hunter Biden. It was all collusion. It was the weaponization of government. And so this is, look at Susie Cool. Remember that recently? And Tony Bruno. Why are all these people being canceled out and they lose their account? And what did they really do? Doesn't it seem like a vast majority of them seem to be conservatives?
Yes.
What's up
Of
with
course.
that?
Yes.
So a lot of this is, to me, it's weaponization of government. And thanks to, I believe, Elon Musk, we now have a fairer, I'll put the ER on the end.
Yeah.
It seems to be more fair.
But we're still outnumbered, right?
Yeah, I
mean,
think people are intimidated.
You just look at the mainstream media with all the channels, CBS, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, and you had News Nation on down the list. And then you get the counter. You get Fox, you get OAN, you get Newsmax. But then when it comes to social media, we have Rumble, we have Truth, we have X. If I'm forgetting any of them, just let me know. But then again, you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have Snapchat, you have TikTok, you have Google, you have YouTube. I mean, we do our show on YouTube because it reaches the most people. But obviously, we would have less flagging if we were on, something, like Rumble. Well, sadly, what I think it's going to take, because Google is the owner of YouTube and Facebook and Instagram are under the Meta umbrella. It's going to take one more Elon. It's going to take one more billionaire to buy one of those two. I don't think they're a monopoly because it's just technically about 2 or 3 companies under their own umbrella. But it's going to take one of those two being purchased. And maybe they'll never be for sale because, what's Zuckerberg going to gain? He's already a bazillionaire, right? It's going to take one more of those in the internet social media realm to truly get closer to a 50-50 even playing field. Yeah. I still think we're like one major acquisition away from that happening. And who knows when that's going to... It's going to have to be somebody that has 0 Fs given and has got FU money. And that's Elon Musk. So we need to find another Elon Musk is what we need to do. All right, 855-839-1210. We're way overdue for a break. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll get to the cut sheet. And then I promise you, we're going to get to Kamala Harris and her border pivot. And that'll be coming up, I think, after the cut sheet. So stay tuned for that as well. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is the Mazda CX-50 truly both rugged and refined? Can the CX-5 be both beautiful and invigorating? Is the CX-90 roomy and responsive? And is the CX-30 both stylish and safe? Good questions. Find out with Mazda all summer long.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading for financing as low as 0% APR for 36 months on select new models.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Don't miss the final home weekend of the regular season when the Mets visit Philly on Friday, September 13th at 6:40, Saturday, September 14th at 4:05, and Sunday, September 15th at 1:35. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. It's another City Connect Friday night at the Bank on August 30th at 6:40 when the Phils battle the Braves. CBP is the place to be. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Fantasy freaks and geeks. What's cracking? It's your boy James Coe back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light, 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week. And man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infinity, well, it's time to take another look. Head over to Infinity of Westchester today and secure rates as low as 4.99% on Infinity certified pre-owned models. And this month, take advantage of amazing offers on new Infinities during our end of summer event. Don't wait. Visit us in-store at Infinity of Westchester today or visit us online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
People tell me their number one fear in retirement is running out of money. A close second is maintaining the same lifestyle as they did during their working years. Now, they are valid concerns, since according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average household of people 65 and over will spend nearly $50,000 a year in retirement. So what can you do to be prepared? Well, many people are not aware of a little-known law where you can convert your retirement account, such as an IRA or a 401k, into a tax-free growing account. And how about you would never have to take another required minimum distribution, regardless of your age? This is known as a Roth conversion. Introduced in 1997 by Senator Roth, Roth IRAs allow a retirement account holder to pay the taxes due on the account today, which immediately converts that account into a tax-free growing retirement account. But that's not all there is to a Roth conversion. By converting to a Roth IRA, you're kicking IRS out of your account and you're taking control of your own retirement funds. Now, a Roth conversion is simply transferring funds from your traditional retirement account, such as an IRA or a 401k, into a Roth IRA. And by paying the current taxes due, you now can reap the rewards of all the benefits of having a Roth conversion. Now, a Roth conversion is not for everybody. Always consult a retirement phase expert who has the specialized training in IRS tax laws to make you more efficient during your retirement years.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$7:45, Kayal and Company. Our buddy Linda Kearns with a playlist all week long. Another great donation to play Elvis songs to tick off Greg Stocker, even when Greg Stocker is not with us. Sean Farish in for Greg again today and tomorrow. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your Tuesday, wherever you may be. Coming up 9 o'clock this morning, our buddy Athan Kutsarumbas from Real Clear Politics, PA. Very interesting polling data that he has on Donald Trump and his prospects of winning Pennsylvania. And then also, just about an hour from now, after Dawn's Big Three, Hideaway is flip-flopping once again, this time on the border and the wall. We'll get to that coming up right around 8:45. But right now, let's get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
All right, time for a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Boys, I want to start with clip 34 here with Zuckerberg. We were just having this conversation for about the last 20 minutes, and it actually goes to illustrate a very interesting and a valid point that Sean Farish made about it might not be news to the rest of us, but it's news to those who don't pay attention because these things have been out there for a while. And Sean, you brought up a certain food. You brought up an album from 8 years ago. It doesn't necessarily make it new just because you're hearing about it for the first time. This is Mark Zuckerberg back a while back on the Joe Rogan podcast talking about what we were just talking about, the Biden-Harris administration and censorship on Facebook, during the pandemic. Clip 34, listen and watch. This is Zuckerberg and Rogan.
Like, there was a lot of attention on Twitter during the election because of the Hunter Biden laptop story. The New York Post.
We had that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
So we took a different path than Twitter. I mean, basically, the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. There was we thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. So our protocol is different from Twitter's. What Twitter did is they said you can't share this at all. We didn't do that. What we do is we have, if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also have this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false, the distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still allowed to share it. So you could still share it, you could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is decreased,
it got shared.
How does that work?
It basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So fewer people saw it than would have otherwise. So it definitely.
By what percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's meaningful. But I mean, basically, a lot of people were still able to share it. We got a lot of complaints that was the case. Obviously this is a hyper-political issue, so depending on what side of the political spectrum, you either think we didn't censor it enough or censored it way too much, but we weren't sort of as black and white.
You're damn right. It's meaningful. And the definition of that right there is election interference. That's what it is. You prevented the American public from being able to take another factor into account and into the equation on who you're going to vote for. And I'm sorry, and this will be a bipartisan stance by me. Anytime one administration comes to a media outlet and says the FBI is believing that this is disinformation or misinformation, your red flags should immediately go up. Why does this administration have a fear of something coming out that they label as not true when in all likelihood it probably is? I'm so done with the disinformation and misinformation nonsense. Basically what it is stuff that hurts our chances of being viewed positively. So we want to falsely flag it. And by the way, Sean and Dawn, Jack Dorsey doesn't get off the hook either here, okay? Because that guy is a total skunk. And I'm glad that Elon bought him out. Because if Elon doesn't buy him out, he's still running the same operation the way he did for the last 4 years. And oh, by the way, it's not much different than Zuckerberg. So he doesn't get off the hook here either. All these CEOs for these big tech and social media platforms, they are all in the pocket of the left, excluding, obviously, Elon Musk.
Yeah, it's all about power. That's what it is. I mean, I love, I'm a big Star Wars fan. And in episode 3, you had Palpatine telling Anakin that one of the greatest fears that a tyrant has, or the Sith Lord at that point, is losing his power. And that's all it's ever been about. If the truth can cause you to lose your power, then you are, disingenuously in power, right? Because that means you've gained power on a foundation of lies. And that is exactly what happened in 2020. Okay. They gained power on a foundation of lies, whether you believe the election was stolen, whether you believe, and however you believe it was, if you think it was voting machines, ballot drop boxes, the media, social media, etc. Right. There are many different ways that the election was, let's say, influenced. Right. It's a foundation of lies. And now, you're having this whole thing replay itself. I'll say this, the flip-flopping, the media could end it today. Okay. They could end it right now. Just demand that Kamala Harris answers a question. Okay. Your stance was X in 2019, and now your stance is Y in 2024. Why did you change it? What did you learn? And when did you learn it? That's all. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Boom.
But if they ask those questions, right? First of all, she's not even going to let them ask them because She's not going to talk to them. She hasn't in 37 days. But if they ask those questions, there is no right answer. There's no right answer. Because if she wants to go, well, we believed, in 2019, this is what we believed about immigration, and now it's different. No, we all knew that the wall would work. Because how do we know walls work, guys? Because in your home, you have a front door. If you leave it open, you're letting anybody walk in. And if you close it and lock it, you're securing it.
Yep.
We know that walls work. Why do we know the walls work? Because we have walls in every building that we walk into.
Yep.
They serve a purpose. So we know that walls work, right?
Yes.
It's insane.
Dawn, your thoughts?
First of all, when Don Jr. is here upcoming on September 12th, this is something that he had talked about because he had said not only are the walls, the physical walls that we think of, but the cyber walls. But I will say that, and I'm torn on this one because on one hand, you don't want the disinformation from other countries and interference from other countries that we know exist. Russia trying to influence Americans' opinions, for example, about Ukraine. And just fairly recently, I'll say within the past week, the New York Times had that big article that quietly, after the Supreme Court ruling about this, that in fact the FBI has now resumed, kind of quietly, they don't make a big announcement, but coordinating with the major social media companies because of all this so-called, disinformation from maybe Iran or Russia. I will tell you, if it were up to me, what I would rather see is that you tag the information. Let people see it. Tag it.
Well, that's what Elon has done, I think, with the community notes, right?
Well, but this one is saying, and it's New York Times, it was August 15th in the business section. So let me look it up.
Okay.
FBI resumes flagging foreign disinformation to social media giants. So on the New York Times wrote about it. So on one hand, we don't want disinformation from foreign governments. Why not just tag it or flag it as this information, this Facebook account, let's say. They'll create an account, and I think it happens to us sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
There was somebody negative that said something about one of us, and from time to time, and less, because I think the group kind of does their own investigation, and I'll look it up, and they'll say, well, this person has 0 followers, and they were just created. You can kind of spot those. But why not have the government, if they identify that this is from Iran, this originated, or this is Russia, why not flag it as such and then put a tracker, much like you track, sharks in the ocean, put like a tag on it, a tracker, and let that go. Let it be. Let people see it all
and determine on their own.
Determine for yourself.
That's what I want to do. Let the marketplace of ideas bear it out. We can figure it out, and if we can't figure it out, well, then you're going to have to just omit that from your calculus equation. But lost in all of this is the fact that Miranda Devine was doing incredible journalism for the New York Post, right? In a day and age where nobody wants to do journalism, they just want to be activists. She's out there, and she had this story for so long, and now basically after the fact that we've all realized, oh, it's authentic, she's out here basically winning awards for her journalism when it's not like some random schifozo on social media concocted this laptop story. I mean, Miranda Devine is really, really good at what she does. And what have we seen? And Dawn, this is right in your wheelhouse. I mean, we've seen her disenfranchised. We've seen Catherine Herridge, who left Fox for CBS, and now she's out of work. Oh, by the way, CBS bosses wanted to take her laptop and examine things. Why is it the people that actually do real journalism are under attack from their employers? Why is that?
I think it speaks volumes. And Catherine Herridge, they claimed, was part of that. Oh, well, we're laying off a ton of people.
Budget cuts.
I don't buy it. I think that she truly is an independent journalist, and they really didn't want that.
Yep. All right, let's get to the election. We've been really off of the Trump-Kamala subject for a good hour or so. Let's get back to that. This is clip 28. This is a Trump attack ad against Kamala Harris, brilliantly done, I may add, that is running in many swing states, including Pennsylvania. Clip 28, Trump attacking Kamala to perfection. Listen and watch.
Everyday prices are too high. Food, rent, gas, back to school clothes. That is called Bidenomics. A loaf of bread cost 50% more today. Ground beef is up almost 50%. There's not much left at the end of the month. Bidenomics is working. The price of housing has gone up. It feels so hard to just be able to get ahead. And we are very proud of Bidenomics.
I thought it's really well done. If you think Bidenomics is working, you probably also believe that the Easter Bunny is actually responsible for that dollar under your pillow when you fall asleep. I'll fill you in on that. Spoiler later. Sean Farish, I think it's as simple as, and it's not as simple as that because we know this election is about many things. It could be men versus women, abortion versus immigration. But one thing that is undeniable is that 99.9% of us have been negatively impacted by the economy. And if he can just keep look how simple that ad was. You got two little TV monitors, what she's saying now versus what she claimed was working, even though it was not working.
Yeah, the flip-flopping doesn't stop. It's worse than John Kerry. And he was branded appropriately a flip-flopper. But first of all, the Easter Bunny does not leave money under the pillow. I don't know what Easter Bunny you've dealt with. That's the Tooth Fairy.
Oh, that's right.
Okay?
Yes, yeah, you're
or
right.
as I call him, Lindsey Graham.
I got my fairies and bunnies mixed up.
I knew it.
Yeah,
It's
you
so
got
funny.
your
I knew
fairies
what
and
you
bunny.
meant.
The Easter Bunny is actually Joe Biden's handler. Remember that when the Easter Bunny?
Oh my gosh!
Swooped
Not a
in
joke.
and was like, "You got to come over here. I'm gonna sniff your ears. You got big ears." You know.
Ew.
But it's disgusting, isn't that? Isn't that gross? The economy and the inflation crisis. You know, this is something that impacts everybody literally every day. If you buy something every day, you'll feel it. All right, whether you're at the gas station, whether you're at the grocery store. I love it. They'll be like, oh, inflation's coming down. Oh, it is. It's coming down, really? Because I just got hit over the head with a shovel buying a carton of eggs in Kroger. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel inflation coming down anywhere. And what they're proposing isn't going to bring down prices at all. She's talking about, oh, we're going to build 3 million homes. Who's going to buy them? Who's going to buy them? Well, we're going to give you $25,000 down payment assistance. All that does, and we've said this a million times, is it inflates the value of homes by at least $25,000 each.
Yep.
Look at what happened to college. These colleges charge more because they know the money's out there. They know someone's going to pay them, whether it's a loan, someone who gives out loans, or it's a wealthy family, and it raises the prices for everybody. So even if you're not a first-time home buyer, you're still paying you're still paying that inflated rate because all this money is out there for the other people. None of it is going to work. Price controls, 2015 article by NPR. The disaster or the grocery shopping in Venezuela has become a disaster. 2015, they talk about how price controls negatively impact the economy. She's out there running on it. I'm sure maybe next week she won't be because she flip-flops on everything. But it's getting tiring to track it. But that ad is amazing because it's Kamala Harris debating Kamala Harris. We don't even need debates at this point.
I'm telling you, the ads that they are running, they're great ads for Trump. I mean, it's so, and we live in this day and age, Dalton, where we can track receipts, right? We just go back on social media. Sean Farish, just during the break, when I teased the border, found a clip from a few years ago with Kamala Harris. All these clips are out there, and I always see people saying on X, like, hey, it'd be a shame if we shared this and showed the world. What we have to do is find a way to get these clips shared on Facebook. And on Instagram, where the Democrats live, because sadly, you're not seeing a level playing field on X anymore as far as a representative sample. It skews more towards free speech absolutists, conservatives, and Republicans, which is great. But it's like we're almost in our own little funhouse now, right? Just like Facebook is the funhouse for the left. So this has to get out to the masses, not just be reaffirmed with what we already knew for the last couple of years.
And not just that, just yesterday, my sister, who's a conservative, lives in Illinois with my dad, and she was involved in a Facebook and other social media chat where conservatives who are pro-life, there is this, and I've had callers to this effect. We've had some of our listeners question pro-life and whether Trump took that off the platform. So there's all this disinformation that's targeting different groups, whether you are maybe a one-issue voter, for example, and the abortion issue as whether Roe v. Wade, this so-called, this federal issue. The Supreme Court of the United States, no matter what anybody does, SCOTUS put it back to the states. That's it. Boom. It's done. Yep. And people still can't wrap their brains around that. And there are groups that I think are Democrat groups that are trying to undermine and convince pro-lifers that they should not vote for Trump at the top of the ticket or just stay away from the polls in general. So there's that going on too.
Yep.
To your point, getting on all of these different platforms.
Right.
To just give facts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And original sourcing.
Yeah, because the truth is out there. You just have to, A, be able to find it, and B, be willing to accept it once you hear it. Let's continue. Speaking of Donald Trump and yesterday's festivities, from debates to Arlington, clip number 11, boys. This was Donald Trump talking about he and Tulsi Gabbard in Arlington National Cemetery. Meanwhile, the Veep, she posted a tweet. Take a listen, clip 11.
Early this morning, Tulsi and I were at Arlington National Cemetery with the families of service members who lost their lives in the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that we withdrew, but the way they did it. We were going to do it with dignity and strength. We were in the process of getting out. We would have never given up Bagram, one of the biggest air bases in the world, 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We gave it up. We gave them everything. China took it over. China now occupies it. Can you imagine? The longest, most powerful runways, I think 8 feet of concrete down, and we gave it all up. Spent billions and billions of dollars years ago building it, 1 hour away, and we're gone, and now China occupies it. Today marks the 3-year anniversary of the terrorist attack at Abbey Gate. Now, we say Abbey Gate, a lot of people don't know what that means. It means Afghanistan. That left 13 American service members dead, dozens more badly wounded, and many innocent civilians also killed and injured, hundreds of people killed. Never been anything like it. It's the wrong base. Shouldn't have taken the soldiers out first. Should have taken the soldiers out last. That's where you'd want to be. They took the soldiers out first, and they had a field day at our expense and our reputation. We will never forget those brave warriors who made the supreme sacrifice for our country. They will live in our hearts forever. And to all the Gold Star families, our gratitude is everlasting, will be everlasting always. We will honor their memory by restoring a government that puts the American people first.
You know, Trump yesterday, on the 3-year anniversary of that awful tragedy, he was visible, he was audible. Kamala just living with a post on social media that I think in all likelihood didn't come from her fingertips on her keyboard. Probably somebody in her campaign. And that's the other thing about Trump. Trump doesn't need somebody to post for him, right? Trump actually posts himself and probably posts too often, right? Probably should log off for a little bit. Give his fingers in the carpal tunnel a rest.
I disagree.
Okay.
Fake news. No.
Go ahead.
We're going to do the meanest and greatest and most incredible tweets and posts and whatever the hell you want to call it. We don't post too much. We don't post enough, in my opinion. We don't post enough. I handled Little Rocket Man. You remember him?
I do.
He called me old. I called him short and fat, and then he stopped launching rockets. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. You know, I come from a military and police family, as a lot of people have. I mean, like I think most people have, somebody in their family that served our nation. But it's kind of like a double whammy for me in a positive light. I've got, a lot of family members that were police officers and firefighters, things like that. And even before I became a Republican, I always felt like the Republicans did a better job with honoring veterans than Democrats. And I didn't become a Republican until 8 years ago, until Trump came down the escalator, and it's really obvious now, especially over the last 4 years, just how much I don't understand. And look, again, you do what you want, but I don't understand how some Democrats still vote D over the last 4 to 8 years. Am I overselling it by saying the blatant disregard and disrespect for our veterans? I mean, I think about the vaccine mandates for our armed forces, and then how you weren't able to serve if you weren't vaxxed. And now I've got Joe's disastrous withdrawal, and second in command. I mean, she's still recovering from the DNC 4 days later. Like me after a bad bender of college football and Tito's. I mean, seriously, can you show an ounce of respect for your country and just show your face? Like, Trump didn't even need to speak afterwards. just doing the wreath ceremony is enough. It's just so infuriating.
Did you notice something about the wreath ceremony, by the way? The great Brick Suit picked up on this. I picked up on it. I didn't post it, but Brick Suit on X, he picked up on it. If you watch Donald Trump walking up with the soldier, they are in lockstep.
Mm-hmm.
The footwork is in line with one. It's like they were marching like together. That just shows you, it didn't happen on accident. I can tell you that. That just shows you the amount of respect he had for the occasion yesterday.
Yeah.
He had the respect, not just to show up, right? While Joe Biden was sunning his loins somewhere, not just to show up, but to treat it with the dignity and the seriousness that it deserved. It just shows you the amount of respect he has. He cares, and this woman doesn't care.
Yeah, the fact, I mean, if I'm the vice president of the United States of America and I learn that Trump is going to that, and whether I'm running for president or not, or Biden, to allow that imagery, and that just shows you how powerful they knew it would be that they stayed away from that. I mean, why not? What is the saying? Lean in. Why not lean into that? Why not show up and admit that you didn't say this or that this is? Why not just own it? Because isn't it a bigger deal to show the respect for all of those 20 years worth of soldiers, right, who were in Afghanistan, whether they came home or whether they never came home, whether they came home in a flag draped coffin. But no, they're so political in their brains.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one for them, keeping their career politician job.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one, not respecting the military, not just owning it.
Yep.
And that, to me, that's why their omission, the fact that they didn't go, that they stayed away, is so powerful to me.
Yeah, and of course, when the decision was made to withdraw, all the mainstream medias, including Politico, I gave you the headline. You can see the screenshot of the Politico article that's out there from a few years ago on social media. Kamala Harris basically bragging she was the last one in the room with Joe Biden to basically give the stamp of approval of the withdrawal. So I'm sorry, you made a major calculated error. And you need to come out and own it, not just post a little. And Dawn, I thought you did the right thing yesterday, and that's why I didn't interrupt you at all. I said, let her do it, because you gave us the 13 names. You gave us the 13 people that were killed on that day. And I'd really love to know how many mainstream media members, whether it's MSNBC or CNN or CBS, on down the list, actually took the time to go through the names instead of putting up a lazy intern produced graphic that says 3-year anniversary. Say their names.
And kudos to Henry Machette, a great producer here, because Henry actually pulled up and found the moment at the Republican National Convention when the one set of parents, many of those grieving parents at the RNC, remember, they wanted the names read because Biden, President Biden, nor VP Harris have said their names verbally. Henry found that. And you remember what happened. It was really emotional because the parents started reading the names, and then the audience then was echoing the name.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that whole say your name.
Yep.
And it was just an emotional moment. You saw the parents kind of breaking down and the families because remember that? Because it meant so much to them.
Yeah. I feel like Sam Kinison in Back to School. I just want to start shouting, say it. Say it, right? Remember that scene with Rodney Dangerfield in that movie? And, and then you get Commander-in-Chief Biden, when he does finally bring up a name, he botches it.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Laken Riley? He called her Lincoln Riley. Like, come on, dude. Get your act together. By the way, vacation from California, back to Delaware for more vacation. When does he go back to work?
Maybe next Tuesday.
Yeah, next Tuesday, like the rest of us.
I can't believe, we don't have a president. Like, we are a rudderless ship right now. Not that we had much of a rudder when Joe Biden was there,
right?
But at least there was like a warm body, okay. I understand, Trump golfed and sometimes presidents go on vacation. He hasn't been in the Oval Office. He hasn't been in the Oval Office for 2 weeks. Okay. What if something emerged, a very serious conflict, maybe the Middle East gets wild, like, more than just the rockets that go on, back and forth, the normal conflicts in the Middle East, or, if Russia starts pointing nukes at us again from Cuba. Like what happens? That's a serious question. I'm not trying to poke fun.
Yeah.
Like, what happens?
I guess you probably have a trifecta of Lloyd Austin, Jake
If
Sullivan,
he's there,
and Blinken.
by the way, if Lloyd Austin's there,
if he's not
because
getting
he
a
had to go-
colonoscopy,
right, or whatever, well,
or whatever the hell he had.
Was it cancer that he was dealing with?
I forget. It feels
Lloyd
like 10
Austin?
year ago.
I mean, if it was a colonoscopy, I mean, whatever. I'm not going to go down that road. Boot edge.
No, it just shows you it's that deep state. I mean, Joe Biden is not obviously is not running the country.
Yeah. So those who have said that Obama is running the White House for the last 4 years, well,
Maybe
there's
he
your
is.
answer. There's your answer. Joe and Kamala,
guess
whether
so.
they're on vacation or at a convention or they're actually doing, quote, their job and being visible, they're not calling the shots anyway, right? And that's the thing you always knew. With Trump, it's a Trump production. For better or for worse, whether you like him, love him, hate him, there's nobody out there neutral on Trump. You know it's a Trump. It's a Trump production, right?
Yeah.
He's got his hands over all of it.
Hands over all of it, but we learned with, let's just say, Mr. President, you could say it better, Baghdadi and the dog.
I could tell you all about it.
Yeah,
I could
tell
you
us,
all-
sir.
First of
Right,
all-
Mr. President,
First of all, we came out in front of the cameras, which is something that Kamala can't do, and we said Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead, and he died like a dog. He died like a dog, and not the kind of dog that we like. We have a dog. It chased him down the tunnel. It died like one of Kristi Noem's dogs.
Oh.
It was a brutal and unceremonious death. And she said she hated the dog, and we didn't like al-Baghdadi. We took him out, and we took him out quickly. He was crying, and they say in the tunnel before he finally met his maker, that he had an incident that looked eerily similar to Crooked Joe at the Vatican, except it wasn't Tootsie Rolls. It was a lot more wet. That he let it go very quickly. And, that wasn't a very good scene for him. But he died like a dog, a horrible dog. And he was chased by one of our beautiful and talented dogs. But we took him out, and we will do it again if we have to.
Thank you very much, Donald Trump. Live appearance here at 8:14.
And that's why they have a hit out on Trump, right because of that.
Yes,
right?
there you go.
Soleimani too, the Soleimani thing
Yes.
too. The Iranians, they want to assassinate Donald Trump. Who knows?
All right, we've got about 2 weeks until the debate, but is the only scheduled debate right now between Trump and Kamala on September 10th up in the air? Is it in question right now? This is clip number 5, boys, as Trump reacts to the latest shenanigans of Kamala Harris trying to change up the rules yet again. Clip 5, listen and watch.
The truth is they're trying to get out of it because she doesn't want to debate. She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate. But when I looked at the hostility during the weekend, you watch it this week with George Slopadopoulous. And the Vietnamese didn't get that one. You got it. Yes, sir. If you didn't get it, I couldn't English. But no, we want to have fairness. We have to bring fairness back to the country. And we have to have a president. We are the closest to World War III, I believe, that we've ever been right now, right this second. And we have a man that just took a vacation in California. He was on the beach. And he came back today. Where's he going? Delaware. Why? Another vacation. He's going for another week. That's not the Vietnamese. They're hardworking people, aren't they? All right.
Very true. Very true. A lot of people that are hardworking individuals from other nations that come here legally. Let me just say this in regards to the debate. I mentioned this in the big take. Number one, so the rule change proposals now, Kamala wants to be seated at a desk, and she wants to have note cards. And I said this, I think, verbatim in the big take. That is the equivalent of being a student in high school or college. You're getting set to take the final exam, right? And let's say the final exam is pass-fail. You don't get a 72 or an 88 or a 50. It's pass or fail. And then you tell the professor, I'd like to have my notes out. I'd like to have my notebook, all the printouts, my folder, and the textbook so I can search for the answer so I can't get it wrong. No. It's a deal breaker. And in my opinion, and if you guys disagree, please let me know, because I know how the media will portray this. But if I'm Trump, I do not give in to her having note cards. If you can't memorize your lies, that's a you problem.
That's a you problem.
That's a you problem, Kamala, and that's why they hide her. So,
or does he not bring out note cards, and does he point out that she just read from a note card?
I would do that every single time.
You know,
and
I
by
would
the way,
do that. If that's what has to happen,
yep.
If notes are a thing, if that's how he could just not come out with notes, and he could every time. This is what it looks like when you know the information. Don't have to look at the information. I don't need that cheat sheet.
Yep.
I don't need that.
Yeah. No, you're exactly
cheat
right.
Sheet, my cheat sheet is my big, beautiful brain. I can tell you that. It's a beautiful. My cheat sheet is my 400 IQ, the smartest person the world has ever seen. I have all the answers. I don't need the answers. I have them already.
So think about this. Joe is in major. Yeah, absolutely. Was in major cognitive decline. He could not debate because the synapses aren't firing. Right, like the brain is like banana pudding at this point. And we're all going to get to that point eventually, probably, except for Dawn's dad. Dawn's dad is still sharp as a tack. And then your replacement needs note cards, and she is still technically with it. I mean, I'm sorry. Like that. If we had a fair and honest media, I mean, that's like the number one story right here. But again, they that's like a footnote in the mainstream media talking points. Well, the Harris administration would like to, no. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm giving you ABC. I'm giving you muted microphones. You know, this is a negotiation, right? How much does one side have to give to get her on a stage and put her in her place?
I'm telling you, I don't think the note cards are as if I were on the Trump team, I'd say, fine, she can have her note cards. But because I think it's a moment for him where he can point out and say, you know, when she has a good answer that she's reading from the note card, that he can say, she just read that from a note card.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I think that's powerful.
So Trump's a businessman, right? Art of the deal, right? Okay, how about this? I'll let you have your note cards if you agree to a second debate on Fox.
Yeah,
Counter that way.
That's fair.
You can
I
have
would
your,
do
you can have
that.
your
That's
cheat
that's
sheet.
part of the deal. That's
Right.
fine. Bring note cards to Fox too. You know.
But but if I'm Trump, then I'm going to say, when she meets with world leaders, do we want a president who has to read from a note card? How's that going to go over? When you meet
that's
with,
the point.
You know,
Yeah, right.
That's the point. You can't. You're not your day to day with world leaders. You know, it's not. There is no script. You know, you have to be able to do things outside of your note cards. Exactly, you have to be able to think on your toes. You can't just refer. You know, you can't call off to the stage line. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah, think about that.
Not that you can't do that.
Imagine being in a room with Xi Jinping or Putin on the global stage, and they say something. It gets translated to Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris says, hold on a second. Let me phone a friend. Actually, you know what? Let me poll the audience. This isn't Who Wants to Be a Millionaire where you get handout assistance for how to answer the question. And that's the thing. She's not quick on her feet. She couldn't. I'll tell you what, Dawn, Sean, she couldn't do what we do for a living. 4 hours of ad-libbing on the fly with minimal notes and production assistance. Very little. Well, we have 3 producers today, so I can't say that.
But think about it. What has she ever run? You know what I mean? That's why a lot of times we like a governor who's had that executive experience, who's made decisions, or somebody like Trump, who nobody talks about the fact he was a first, if you will, because he was not from a political background, but he ran companies. He had to make those decisions. For Kamala Harris, what has she ever managed? And no disrespect here, but she's never even, managed a household with, let's say, a family and young kids, because she was, as a career woman, she was married later in life at 50 plus. You know what I'm saying? So what has she really run? What?
At best, the DA's office. Was she actually the highest? Was she the Krasner of whatever county and city? Or was she? I don't even remember if she was actually the top district attorney.
Yeah, and she was AG. But are you somebody in those jobs? Do you really make all those executive decisions?
No.
And can you compare that to running a company, running a country, running a state?
No, you're pretty much just trying to get through dockets and caseloads and saying, all right, we got to get this one, the plea down to a misdemeanor, clear it from the log while we're going to fully enforce and prosecute this one. She's probably making very, very little executive decisions, to your point, other than, okay, that one we're going to go full-fledged on, and this one we just get, let's get, no priors, plea it down to at a entry-level misdemeanor, community service probation. He accepts it. Boom, we clear it off the log.
By the way, Henry Machette and I were having fun yesterday looking up the Harris, the website, and all these job openings.
I've never actually checked her website. It's KamalaHarris.com, right?
Yeah. Check it out, you guys.
We should all do it right now as like a class exercise.
Yes. There are so-called, remember Michelle Obama made fun of, and people have made fun of, the so-called black jobs?
Yeah.
They actually have earmarked so-called black jobs.
Oh.
To run the black media coordinator. That's the title of the job.
Oh.
By the way, these are they start about $95,000 a year.
Oh.
So they pay pretty well.
Okay.
But they also need a policy director. So maybe the reason she hasn't released a full policy statement, she's waiting for the policy director.
I'm looking.
Right, because it's not on the script again. She
Yep,
needs somebody else to tell her. It's got to be in her. This is why this border wall thing is really pissing me off. Like, really. Because if you go on to, X is a cool way you could search people's feeds. If you go on to at Kamala Harris and you just search the word wall and you look at all of she called it a waste. She called it a vanity project. She said it's a waste of taxpayer money. She's calling it the no ban, no wall. And now she's like, oh, we're going to spend all this money on the wall. Well, where the hell were you? You had Congress, you had the House, you had the Senate, you had the presidency, and you called the wall racist.
It's House Republicans' fault from a few months ago. Remember that?
Hey, you're the bipartisan border bill.
Yeah.
They came 3 years later.
Right. As I said,
outta here.
Why should Republicans give you a get-out-of-jail-free card 5 months before an election? It wasn't a priority for you for 3.5 years. Now you want our help?
That?
Yeah.
That bill was garbage.
Well, yeah.
That bill was garbage.
And nobody read
you
it.
can only, what was it, like 4,000 people a day? But if it was 3,999, you're okay?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? One person make a difference? And these are the illegal crossings, but you can now just give all these illegals a phone, and they can use that CBP1 app, and then those people don't count.
Mm-hmm.
It's
just skew the numbers.
Flip-flopping is really, there's more flip-flops here than you get in IHOP, okay, with the pancakes.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Or the ones I have on my feet right now. You see that? Look at this.
You're not wearing flip-flops, are you really?
Right here, you see them?
You know what? If I was the president of the United States, let me tell you something. I would sign an executive order to ban flip-flops everywhere except the beach. And you know what? It would be a public health emergency because, first of all, this is the whole thing. But you could stub your toe, you can get really hurt. Yeah. I hate feet. I don't like toes. I'm not into it. If it was up to me, we'd all have spatulas on.
So you're the opposite of Rex Ryan.
What about
Rex Ryan?
What about President
Remember
Trump?
that video? Holy cow! The video, Rex Ryan. Oh, ma'am, your feet are beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I knew he wasn't going to be a head coach.
Yeah, he had a foot fetish. By the way, KamalaHarris.com at the top. Chip in today to power our campaign. You can donate $25, $47, a play on 47, $100, $250, $1,000 or other. And then below that, meet Kamala Harris. You can click on that tab to learn about her. You can click on Meet Tim Walz. You can click on Take Action, or you can click on Store or Donate. So they're selling merch as well. But I don't see a policy tab. Let me see here. Policy. Nope. No policy, folks. Interesting. She's probably still waiting on her marching orders as to what her policies will be, and then she'll try to memorize
policy
the points.
director.
Yeah. How about that? So, Dawn, $95,000? That's what they're what they're paying?
That's what they start at.
So they
95 to about 120 grand.
Okay.
They pay
note to self.
for these jobs.
Is that for the policy director position?
I think the policy director makes more than that. And then I was even looking at some of the so-called, if you look at it, especially the media jobs, they'll say black media coordinator. There are a few so-called black jobs. And I did notice that these so-called black jobs made less than the others. I'm just saying they made like 65 to 75. So I'm thinking, wow, where's the equity?
Yeah.
Holy cow. Wait, but I want to, because policy director, I want that job because all I got to do is go on Trump's website and copy and paste.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Really? The black jobs are paying lower than the white jobs?
Yes.
Oh, so they save money on their bottom line while promoting inclusion.
Look at it for yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
KamalaHarris.com.
There you go. All right, let's go to clip 26 here as we continue with the cut sheet. Tulsi Gabbard and a speech yesterday as she was side by side with Donald Trump in Arlington on the 3-year anniversary of the disaster in Afghanistan. Clip number 26. Listen and watch.
We as Americans must stand together to reject this anti-freedom culture of political retaliation and abuse of power. We can't allow our country to be destroyed by politicians who will put their own power ahead of the interests of the American people, our freedom, and our future. I am proud to stand here before you today, whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. If you love our country, as I do, if you cherish peace and freedom as we do, I invite you to join me in doing all that we can to save our country and elect President Donald J. Trump and send him back to the White House to do the tough work of saving our country and serving the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
So there you have it. Also, I gave you the clip of Tulsi in the big take this morning with her official endorsement. So if you're tracking at home now, Elon Musk has officially endorsed Donald Trump. RFK did it on Friday. Tulsi Gabbard did it yesterday. Will be interesting to see because Bobby did say that there are going to be multiple and more Democrat endorsements for Trump in the coming days and weeks. That was the official one from Tulsi. We speculated yesterday as to who else could be jumping on the Trump train. But I do think Tulsi Gabbard, very, very impressive. You know, I know she gets a lot of credit for crushing Kamala on that debate stage, but she's also proof that you can own Kamala Harris in a debate setting without being over the top, demonstrative, coming off as a bully if the mainstream media is going to try to portray Trump as bullying Kamala. She just hit Kamala with the receipts 4 years ago, and Harris had nothing to say, and that ended her 4 years ago.
That's true. Yeah,
True.
I didn't say her name yesterday because I thought she already had endorsed Trump.
So did I.
Right?
So did I.
That's why we didn't. Because remember, she said I'd be honored if he chose me as Veep or something to that effect.
Yep.
But I guess she made it formal yesterday.
Yeah, it was an official endorsement yesterday. I want to play you this other clip here as well. Where is this? This is, speaking of females and endorsements, it was Tomi Lahren from Outkick. You see her on Fox News as well. And she had the clip. Why can't I find this now? Boys, if we can find the clip with Tomi Lahren saying that. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Clip number 29. I had it right in front of me. I'm brain dead. I'm like Joe Biden today. What is going on with me?
Anyway.
I might need a Delaware vacation as well. Clip 29, Tomi Lahren saying, you know what? Bring out Nikki as well. Listen and watch this.
Trump pulling more women or Kamala pulling more men may well determine who wins this election.
1,000,000%. And I hope that Trump has a strategy to win over female voters. I haven't seen this strategy yet. And we know that obviously his running mate being J.D. Vance and some of the controversial comments that he's had about women in the past, they've really come back to bite him, and that is going to stick with him. I don't think he's ever going to be able to get away from that. J.D. Vance isn't, and then by proxy, Donald Trump. So I want to see the Trump campaign bring out a woman. I don't like the idea of Nikki Haley, but listen, bring out Nikki Haley, bring out Tulsi Gabbard. Let's get Kellyanne Conway back in there. He needs to have a strategy to win over women, and sometimes women need to see other women to be convinced. It's a sad reality, but the Trump campaign needs to do something.
You know, Dawn, I'll start with you. I'm not a fan of Nikki Haley's, but if she can, just think about it this way. If Bobby Kennedy can give you 3%, I think it's safe to say that Nikki Haley can give you more than that. So if Nikki Haley is Bobby or Bobby better, then I think you bring her out because it's the bottom line. It's about winning. And I want to ask you that, Dawn. Do women get on board when they see more women a part of something? Is Tomi Lahren on to something there?
Well, I think, okay, J.D. Vance, his comments years ago about something about a cat lady is just, he was making a joke. It's funny. I mean, we talk about cat lady or cat men because there are cat men too. So, to me, does it bother me? No. And it's always taken out of context and it's BS. But if you're looking to influence that sliver of voters that we always talk about, I'll say another name, Kathy Barnett.
Yeah.
I think that Kathy,
I love her.
right? I love her too. And
she's amazing.
She is. Her story is inspirational, and she's a local mom. She's a Pennsylvania mom. By the way, somebody who went door to door, who they gave 0 chances to when she was running for Senate, but she knocked on every single door, and by the way, did very well in Montgomery County. So women love her, moms love her. If you meet her, you love her, right?
Yep.
So somebody like Kathy Barnett, and by the way, what a great experience she had in running the grassroots campaign of Vivek Ramaswamy. Right? So she has that experience level. Somebody like Kathy, I think, is fantastic. To me, I think get the moms at the grassroots level, and that's why Trump Force 47, some of what they're doing right now in Chester County, Bucks County. Shapiro was just in Bucks County yesterday. They're worried about down ticket. They're worried at this point about Casey McCormick, because Dave McCormick is inching up on Casey, who by and large was considered to have, it was going to be a slam dunk. As he goes for his 3rd term, it's not a slam dunk anymore.
Yep. Sean, your thoughts on Nikki Haley and what she could offer and what Trump should do with her?
You know what? I'd rather trot out a Tulsi. I can't stand her. Now
I'm with you.
Wait, you
I
can't
understand
stand Nikki Haley?
we have to win. Yeah, I can't stand Nikki Haley.
Well, but
here's
the thing, though. If we're going to welcome in Elon Musk, RFK, and Tulsi as former Democrats, don't we have to extend the olive branch to somebody? I know she's a different Republican, but she's still a Republican, right? Like I get Bush vibes from her. But you know what? If she's got an ounce of ability to get us something, I'm trying to extract every ounce of juice from the lemon that I can.
You know what? And you're right. You are right on that. I don't like her at all. But, we've been talking about unity and together we win and this whole thing. So I would try not to. I would try and use a different woman, with a more compelling story, like a Kathy Barnett, right? Who's more conservative than Nikki Haley. And by the way, Kathy Barnett has shown us that she knows how to handle a crisis, because she was actually filling in for Dawn when the earthquake happened. And I talked to her about that. She's great. I actually joined her one time when she was filling in. She's amazing. And really her story is just, if you've ever heard her tell it, it's you're going to have a hard time keeping your eyes dry. No, but Nick, you're right about Nikki Haley. I mean, if we are going to try and pull some women out of the Harris camp, which could be the deciding factor, we have to pull out all the stops. And, just because Nikki Haley, maybe she'll be functioning as a campaign surrogate, et cetera, doesn't mean she has to have a job in the administration.
Right.
And you know what? I would go so far as to do this, because this is how I am. I want to win. Nikki, I'll give you this position. Go ahead and make those speeches. And then when you win, don't give her a position. Seriously, yeah. I want. Screw her over the way she screwed over a million other people.
I'm fine with
you know
that.
what? That's lying. That's not disingenuous. I don't care.
Oh, well.
I don't like her. I would use her to win the election.
Yep.
And then dump her.
All right.
I would do it.
All right. Have you ever used and dumped a girl in the past, Sean?
No.
No, me neither. I
No.
And even if I did, I wouldn't admit it because Dawn's about 11 yards from me, and I'm going to run for the hills.
I would not be admitting that.
I'm going to run like a Frenchman from a cat gun.
But I will say this. Politically, this happens all the time.
Of course.
Right. And I don't want Nikki Haley. I'd rather put RFK in my administration than Nikki Haley. She's already been in there.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm with you on that.
Use her and dump her.
Yep. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet. We'll come back, get to Dawn Stensland's Big Three, Kamala's Border Flip, and then Athan Koutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics coming up at 9 o'clock on Trump and the prospects of winning Pennsylvania. Back after this.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from one Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Celebrate Spring Dance Hot Tub's 26th anniversary sale. Get a free aqua bike, exercise kit, and Wi-Fi kit. A $2,000 value on all endless pools, swim spas. Plus, snag a free freshwater IQ system with your new Hot Spring Utopia hot tub. Save up to $4,000. Enjoy 0% financing for 60 months and get bonus incentives for quick delivery. Trade in your old hot tub for up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs today or visit springdancehot.com.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare there and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, I wish I was in the land of cotton. Old times are not forgotten. Look away.
Little Elvis, baby. Little Elvis. Little King here on a Tuesday morning. Nick Dawn and Sean. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker today and tomorrow. We will go a little super in the weeds, hyper local, coming up in about 17 minutes as Athan Kutsarumbis will join us. His latest column for Real Clear Politics on Trump and underpolling here in the state that could very well determine the whole ball of wax. But before all of that and Kamala Harris's latest flip-flop, let's get to a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 8:43.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. Number one, in Pennsylvania, returning to the scene of the crime, Republican Pennsylvania Representative Mike Kelly leading the chairman of the House Task Force on the attempted assassination of one Donald J. Trump, and questioning what he says appears to have been a frozen, that's the quote, frozen response from law enforcement when they first spotted the gunman, that wannabe assassin, 20-year-old Thomas Crooks. That's one of the headlines this morning that we're getting the latest and learning a little more about this task force as they visited the actual site, Butler, Pennsylvania, where obviously a wannabe assassin shot at former President Donald J. Trump July 13th, killing one attendee, Corey Comparator, and then wounding two others, severely wounding two others who survived, who we've talked a lot about.
And as we know, Donald Trump will be going back to Butler later in the campaign calendar in October.
Yes, hopefully we will too. Right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Kayal and Company road trip.
So they
I'm gonna have to fly in for that one.
Yes,
we would love to have you, brother.
And so we have that going on as they continue to investigate, look at body-worn camera footage that has been released. We know about the whistleblowers. They want to talk to the whistleblowers that we already know of, and they alluded to the fact that maybe there are others. And so encouraging any other so-called whistleblowers, who want to come forward to do so. So that's a good thing as we hope for transparency. It's a bipartisan commission. They're visiting Butler, Pennsylvania. We also have a reaction and a follow-up to something that here on Kayal and Company that is a News Live update, and that is the White House this morning reacting this morning to the fact that Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg admitted in that letter that the Biden-Harris administration pressured or bullied his company into censoring Americans, particularly regarding the COVID-19 content. And we now have the White House reacting to this in kind of a word salad, if you will, saying, quote, when confronted with a deadly pandemic, this administration encouraged responsible actions to protect public health and safety. Our position has been clear and consistent. We believe tech companies, as well as other private actors, should take into account the effects their actions have on the American people while making independent choices about the information they present.
Oh, so translation of don't question anything, don't do your due diligence, just trust Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Big Pharma, and your federal government to tell you what to do and what to put into your body.
First of all,
whatever happened to my body, my choice.
Right, right. But now, don't trust Johnson & Johnson. I don't even trust Woody Johnson and that family to run a football team.
Right.
I definitely do not, because look at what happens. And you know how many times I've been under the influence of what we call the adult soda in the stands of MetLife Stadium screaming, your vaccine is more embarrassing than your football team. It's great. Jets defense couldn't stop a cold. Your vaccine can't stop. I mean, people are like, "You're really doing that right now?"
Here's the other
Do
thing,
you know
too.
how much I drank in the parking lot?
Do you go to social media to get the answers to what you should or should not take for whatever is ailing you? Whatever happened to just consulting with your physician, right? Like every time I get on my treadmill, it says, consult with your physician before you take up an exercise program. Why all of a sudden am I relying on the government and Facebook to tell me what to do as far as taking, oh, by the way, and can we stop calling it a vaccine? It's not a vaccine, all right?
Yeah.
It's not a vaccine.
Well, they changed the
It's a shot.
definition now, so it is. So, they changed it. The vaccines were supposed to prevent illness. Then it was supposed to prevent severe illness. Now it prevents nothing.
Mhm.
Everything's a vaccine. It prevents nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, they should call like the polio immunization.
Yeah.
They should say an immunization is different from something like a flu shot.
Right. Right. And by the way, flu shots are like 60% effective.
Yeah.
And they've been around forever, and some people still get them. And I'm like, that's no guarantee either. In fact, I swear, every time I get a flu shot, and I've had maybe, 4 or 5 flu shots my entire life as an adult once it was my decision. And usually it's just like, oh, I'm going to Giant, and I say, hey, flu shots. And I'm like, all right, what the hell? Let's do it this year. I always end up getting the flu anyway.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
like,
they say it mitigates it.
Yeah, I'm like Rochelle Walensky and all these other stooges that keep saying that they've got COVID. I'm like, wait a minute, you took 8 boosters.
That's why I always go, how did that happen? The flu shot's funny. My doctor back, when that was the whole thing, they were like, do you want to get the flu shot this year? And the year before I got it and I got the flu. And I said, no, because the year before I got it and I got the flu. And they're like, well, that didn't cause you to get the flu. I said, I understand that, but it didn't stop me from getting the flu. Therefore, what exactly am I doing by getting this flu shot?
Yep.
Did you see there's a commercial? My wife and I saw this last night. It's crazy. They are now blaming, there's been this vaccine, we all know the myocarditis side effects, et cetera, all of the people collapsing. They are now blaming an increase in heart attacks on the flu. And they're now telling you to get a flu shot so that you lower your risk of heart attacks.
Mhm.
This is real. There was a commercial about this last night. My wife and I were like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Everything is being blamed except the one obvious variable that is causing all of this.
Of course.
Possibly.
Of
it's that
course.
vaccine.
There you go.
Yeah, and it's risk reward. So if for an 18-year-old, let's say a teenager or a 25-year-old or whatever the age, and you're really healthy, if you look at that, your doctor may say to you, you know what, not for nothing, but with the small risk of myocarditis that does, for whatever reason, seems to impact young males, the risk reward is there that if you get COVID or you get the flu, you're going to beat it. So maybe for you, that's not right. Maybe, though, for somebody who has congenital heart issues and they're 65 years old, maybe their risk reward is such that they would want to get that.
Yeah.
But you mentioned the conversation with your doctor. What did they do during the pandemic? You couldn't get a doctor's appointment. You were lucky if you got a Zoom appointment, and maybe people didn't feel as free to have speech and have a private conversation with their physician. But also, you couldn't go to church. Think about the things that they shut us away from. You couldn't go to your gym, but you could go to the liquor store.
As I did. Frequently.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Number 3
This is where learning how to make your own whiskey is very valuable.
I know. You got any of that Tennessee
Not-
moonshine down there, Ferris? I could use some moonshine right now, pal.
Again, I will send you a photo of what I've got down here. You'll be very happy about
Beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah.
So number 3, the NFL brothers, Jason and Travis Kelce.
I'm ready for February.
Reaching new
Can we
heights.
just get through football season? I'm done with football already. It hasn't even
Hey,
started.
you know what?
I've had enough.
This is why being a Jet fan's fun, because by like week 5, we don't have to worry anymore. So
Well, Eagles were very excited. Today's cut day, so
Eagles,
they have to reduce the roster from 90 to 53. Ouch!
I agree.
And so Eagles, we're excited about our season. So how about this, Jason and Travis Kelce, the NFL brothers, inking this deal worth a reported $100 million with Amazon's Wondery to produce and distribute their popular podcast, New Heights.
Yeah, well, maybe
100
they
mil.
maybe they can take that $100 million and invest in some upgrades to the beer that they're selling now.
Uh-oh.
By the way, have you
don't
had
like
the
it?
Kelsey beer?
I have not.
So, all right. So, Sean, I know you're not going to know this, but Dawn, you know where the restaurant on Skipback Pike is as you head towards Ambler, Panache?
Mm-hmm.
So they had it on tap for
Panache?
happy hour. Panache, yeah. You know me, I always botch the names. Panache. It sounds better, Dawn. It sounds more Italian. So I had it. It's like a watered down Corona Light. It is garbage.
Really?
Yeah, it was like $3. I'm like, all right, I'll try it. It's trash.
Henry?
I can second that.
It's
I
trash,
had
right?
it over the weekend. It's just a beer.
It's trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would drink it for free at a fantasy draft, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Garbage. Sorry, Kelsey's. I've had it with you and your stinking beer.
Well, New Heights, a very popular podcast, so 100 million, congratulations. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group during the Volkswagen Savvy Summer Sales event. Get 0.9% financing for 60 months or a $3,500 customer bonus on new 2024 Atlas models. Just visit them, Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne, or you can always visit them at piazzavw.com for more details. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, PIAZZA, Piazza Auto Group, sponsoring our big 3.
Panache, huh? So that's how you say it.
Panache.
Panache. I still got it wrong.
I like how you said it, though.
Panache.
Panache.
I'm such a
It sounds like Yahtzee.
Yeah,
Panache.
exactly, right? All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up next, Donald Trump is polling better in Pennsylvania than the numbers show. We have the proof to back it up. Athen Koutsarumbis, Real Clear Politics PA, joins us to start the 9 o'clock hour. Stay there.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
All right, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, can I suggest Piazza Mazda? Yes, Piazza Mazda in Westchester, where right now you can check out the Mazda 2024 CX-30. The dynamic CX-30 offers 18 different trim levels, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist give you a 5-star overall safety rating. And according to the Nick Kayal Index, you get great value with this vehicle. Check out the Mazda 2024 CX-30. You can visit them today in Westchester. Swing on out to Reading or shop online right now during the commercial break. PiazzaMazda.com and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Support the Evesham Township Police Foundation. See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, Saturday, October 26th.
It was fabulous. It was the most joyful night I have experienced in a long time. God bless America. There's hope. There is so much hope with joy and laughter.
The Frank Sinatra guy, I really liked him.
His imitation of the Bee Gees.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot.
Frank's Red Hot.
I put that on everything.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Never know how much I love you. Never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear.
Kayal and Company, 9:03. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Sean live here on this Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. And make sure you are following Real Clear PA and Real Clear Politics on Twitter. We now call it X. And my buddy Athan Kutsarumbis from Real Clear, Pennsylvania, has a new column up with Donald Trump and his polling prospects here in Pennsylvania. And Athan is good enough to join us for a couple of minutes this morning. How you doing, buddy? Good to have you back on the show.
Nick, it is great to be back.
Good to have you. So tell us right now, what's the polling trend here with Trump in Pennsylvania that nobody is talking about that you've uncovered?
You know, Nick, for the past couple of weeks, I've been hearing about coconuts and Brat Summer. And I got to be honest with you, I have no idea what coconuts or Brat Summer means. So I just figured, let me just dig into the polling and see what's really going on here in Pennsylvania. At this point, 8 years ago, Hillary Clinton led Pennsylvania polling by 9 points. And at this point, 4 years ago, Joe Biden led Pennsylvania polling by an average of nearly 6 points. Now, we all know Hillary Clinton lost Pennsylvania, Joe Biden won Pennsylvania. But heading into the convention last week, Donald Trump was actually leading polls in Pennsylvania, which is remarkable. And there's nobody talking about this trend. So I went further back in history and looked at some of the prior polling for presidential cycles here in PA. So back in 2016, there were 59 public polls released. President Trump only led in 2 of those 59 Pennsylvania polls. Then I looked at 2020. There were 84 public polls released in Pennsylvania, the president only led in 5 of them. Then I took a look at this cycle. There have been 17 public polls released so far. President Trump is winning 13 of them, Nick. 13 of the 17 polls that have come out this year, President Trump is winning. He's winning more polls this year than he did in the prior 2 presidential cycles combined, and nobody's talking about it.
It's actually double. I mean, you think about it, 2 and 5 is 7. He's got 13 this time around. So, again, 57 out of 59 favored Hillary in 16. 79 out of 84 favored Joe 4 years ago. And now Trump is leading in 13 of those 17. So what has Trump done to kind of upend the polling here in the Keystone State?
Yeah, you know, that's the question for victory, right? What exactly is driving this? And what's confounding to me, and I think a lot of people that study this stuff, is that it doesn't seem to be a single factor that is driving it. So I kind of walk through what are the potential reasons for why this is happening. So one that people point to often is the effect of what are known as shy Trump voters, people who were hesitant to say publicly that they supported the president in 2016, knowing, particularly in the suburbs, how much pushback there was against the president. They may have been hesitant back then in 2020 to say that I support the president. But I think after the assassination attempt in Butler, I just think that there are no more shy Trump voters. They feel like President Trump almost took a bullet for them, and they feel like they owe it to the president to tell people that they support him. So I think that that's probably a good factor here. Another factor is that President Biden was born and raised in Scranton, Joe. And there are a lot of swing voters in northeastern Pennsylvania. And I think that they stuck with him being the Northeast guy. I just don't see that in polling now. Donald Trump is beating the numbers that he had in the past in Northeast PA against both Hillary Clinton and President Biden. That affinity is now gone. And then when you go west to the state, you go over to Erie. Erie is a working class kind of place. It is your quintessential swing voter. It doesn't seem like Vice President Harris with her San Francisco roots. It doesn't feel like she's getting a lot of traction there based on the polling that we're seeing. Another factor is that President Biden represented the state of Delaware as a United States Senator, and as you folks know, we're in the same media market. And for nearly 40 years, the Philadelphia media covered then Senator Biden almost like a Pennsylvania senator. So he had that affinity here in the suburbs. He had that affinity here in Pennsylvania. I just don't see Vice President Harris having that same kind of affinity. And Nick, something that you've talked about a lot on your show and elsewhere is that the support of African-American males, make no mistake about it, there is going to be an African-American turnout surge in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, probably akin to what we saw in 2008. But it looks like the anecdotes we're seeing of African-American males questioning whether or not President Trump is a viable option for them is real. We've all seen the barbershop video, but it's also reflected in the polling where President Trump got 12% of the African-American vote in the past. What if he gets 15% this time? What if he gets 18% this time? That would negate any kind of turnout surge that would come out of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Then there's some other stuff that's happening. In 2008, there were 1.1 more million Democrats in Pennsylvania than Republicans. That is now whittled down to a deficit of only 350,000 voters. And then if you look at the active versus inactive voters are those that haven't voted in over 10 years. That deficit is now down to 150,000 voters. So the state has fundamentally changed in who lives here, who's registered to vote, and their propensity for voting. That's a really, really big deal. And then finally, we've got the mail-in ballots. So mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania were unveiled during the lockdowns in 2020, and it was clear that Democrats are going to have much greater adoption of mail-in ballots than Republicans. At this point in 2020, nearly 1.7 million Democrats applied for a mail-in ballot, and half of the mail-in ballot for Democrats came after this week, meaning that they were about halfway through the applications they were going to get. Then if you look at the 2022 midterm, more than 900,000 Democrats applied to vote by mail, but a third of them came after this week 4 years ago. Now you look at today's numbers. 650,000 Democrats have applied to vote by mail, which is a lot. But if their goal is to keep their pace for what they did in 2020, which again, pandemic year, likely won't happen again, but even to get close to that number of 1.7 million mail-in ballot applicants on behalf of Democrats, there just might not be enough time. So I think all of these things taken together might help to explain why President Trump is overperforming in the polls compared to what he did in the past.
Athan Kutsarumba's Real Clear Politics joining us here on Talk Radio 1210. I know Sean and Dawn might want to jump in here. Last one for me, for you, Athan. All of these numbers sound encouraging, from Trump being underpolled to the deficit reduced from 1 million to 300,000. But I think we've seen the last couple of years, we see polls, we get excited, and they let us down. What does this all really mean in the grand scheme of things between, let's say, September 16th, when early voting starts, through November 5th here in the state?
Nick, it means people have to go vote. These polls mean nothing if Republicans don't go vote. Back in 2022, a lot of us felt incredibly bullish about the election, particularly after the debacle in Afghanistan, everything happening with the economy. But about 200,000 Republicans who were anticipated to vote didn't come to vote. And that's water under the bridge, history, why they didn't come out to vote, we can debate. But people have to come and vote.
Sean, if you want to jump in, go right ahead.
Yeah, Athan, thanks for joining us today. I'm a polling geek as well, and I was able to read your article last night when we were getting ready for this. You mentioned that 1.7 million Democrats applied for a mail-in ballot by this point. Is that in total? That's the first question. And second is, when is the cutoff, right, for mail-in ballot applications? Because if that's the case, then the Democrats are really going to need to drum up a huge amount of enthusiasm. I think the Trump factor on the ballot will get people out to vote. But was 1.7 million Democrats, was that the application by this time in August, or is that the total application in 2020?
1.7 million was the total number of applications in 2020, and they got half of that 1.7 million by this week in 2020.
Got it.
And the deadline is, I believe it's Tuesday, October 29th.
Okay. So they have some time, but it's a lot of time. There's not as much time, and they have a lot of ground left to cover. So.
Yep.
Hey, Athan, good morning. Two questions. One is about all the headlines saying that Harris leads Trump by quite a margin among Hispanic voters. And in Pennsylvania, we've seen Trump Force 47 opening different centers in Hispanic neighborhoods here in Philadelphia, in the Reading area, as well as across the state. That's the number one to ask you about Hispanic voters in particular, especially since RFK then drops out of the race. How does that impact with Catholic Hispanic voters? And number two, one of the headlines in the Philadelphia Inquirer is saying that in Bucks County, I know that Governor Shapiro was campaigning with Senator Casey, Democrat, longtime Democrat, obviously running on his father's legacy, but saying that this election, as far as the Senate, is up to Bucks County. And so they were saying that essentially they were worried yesterday as they were campaigning in Bucks against Republican Dave McCormick.
Dawn, in terms of the first question with the Latino vote, what I think a lot of folks misunderstand about the Latino vote is that it's not monolithic, and it's contingent on what ethnicity of Latino somebody is. So, for example, a Latino that's Cuban, they tend to be hardcore Republicans because of their history with Cuba and what Ronald Reagan did to support them and all that kind of stuff. What we have here in Pennsylvania is a little bit different. We have a lot of Latinos that are of Mexican descent, Ecuadorian, various South American, but we also have a large Puerto Rican contingent, and Puerto Rican tend to be part of a voting bloc that is Democratic. So while in other places of the country, like Texas or Florida or North Carolina or Ohio, where the president might win Latinos outright, What is different about Pennsylvania is that we have a larger contingent of Puerto Rican voters who tend to vote Democratic. Now, whether or not the president can break through that voting bloc of Latinos this time is to be determined, but it's pretty clear that they've had success in other states. And Dawn, for the second question about Bucks County, it's where I live. Here where I live in northwestern Bucks County, there are probably 3 times more Trump signs than there were in 2016 and 2020. In fact, I could probably walk to Wawa on Trump signs without getting my feet wet. I mean, that's how fired up people here are to vote for the president. But it is we are the quintessential swing county. And again, something else that's underreported is that Bucks County has flipped Republican in terms of registration. That was something nobody had anticipated happening this cycle, and it happened pretty quickly.
Athen, just a couple of questions here as we close things out here in the final few minutes. And I do want to stay in Pennsylvania. You alluded to Bucks County. I'm in Montgomery County. I know it's blue, but I know the history of Northampton County, and that's where I grew up in the Easton, Bethlehem area. And it seems like as Northampton County votes, that's the way it falls for the state of Pennsylvania. Based on recent results, 2016, 2020, does that still hold merit? And how do you, this is, I guess, just a forecast and a projection. Any idea on how you see Northampton County falling in 2024?
You know, Nick, you hit it on the head regarding Northampton County. Northampton is growing, and the Lehigh Valley as a whole is growing. And one of the things driving the growth of the Lehigh Valley are refugees from New York and New Jersey who have said, I've had enough taxes, I've had enough with the liberal policies that I don't like. So they're coming here as a refuge. But the big question that is unresolved is, are they bringing those policies with them from the states that they left? And we're going to find out in this election whether or not they came for a change of pace, or whether or not they want to stick with some of those policies, but they just aren't willing to cut the cord yet.
You've been doing this a long time. Big endorsement last Friday. Bobby Kennedy backing Donald Trump. What type of impact do you think that'll have here in Pennsylvania?
Nick, I think it's substantial. The reason being is that the polling that I've seen of late indicated that the support that RFK Jr. had as of today was mostly from Republicans at this point who were disaffected with the president. So at this point, you would presume that RFK endorsing the president would then bring those voters over. And in Pennsylvania, the percentage of those voters was 3 to 4 points. Well, the past 2 elections were decided by under a point, so that's kind of a big deal.
Last one for me, Athen, and I'm curious because I've heard Laura Trump say this. I've heard the platform of the RNC about embracing the broken system that we have, early voting, mail-in ballots. We know that the election is technically on November 5th, but the election in Pennsylvania starts on September 16th, and it ends on November 5th. And I'll never get this soundbite of you out of my head back in mid-November after the midterms of 2022. You said in regards to Fetterman winning and Shapiro winning that Republicans just stopped showing up at the ballot box on Election Day after 5 o'clock. It was like a ghost town after dinner. If you say that again to me in about 9 or 10 weeks, I'm hoping it's because Republicans embraced early voting and got things in early and didn't try to show up on Election Day and overcome a major deficit. Your gut instinct on whether or not Republicans will embrace early voting starting September 16th, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, Nick, we're already seeing it, and we're already seeing positive developments, and it's due to a lot of hard work. So, for example, in Lebanon County, Republicans make up 43% of those who have applied to vote by mail. And in Lancaster County, Republicans make up, I think it was 33% or 34% as of last night. So those are 2 red counties in Pennsylvania where Republicans are adopting mail-in ballots en masse. That is fantastic news. But the challenge is in Philadelphia and in the suburban collar counties, Republicans are not. And it's a function of, would they rather just vote in person and that's how they're going to vote? Or is it that it's so hard to get a message to suburban voters that they just haven't adopted it yet? But outside of southeastern Pennsylvania, Republicans have started to adopt using mail-in ballots. And again, as you had said, Nick, working the polls, a sea change happened when President Trump was on the ballot. Traditionally, a Republican voter would come first thing in the morning or would come during the day. When President Trump was on the ballot, that changed. you would see a surge of voters coming after 5 o'clock. And it would be guys in F-150s and working class people who came to vote after work. And we didn't see that in 2022. Those guys didn't show up, and they need to show up in 2024. There needs to be a line outside of polls of people coming to vote.
The website, realclearpennsylvania.com, his latest column, underreported polling suggests Trump poised to win in PA. Athen Koutsarumbis, great stuff as always, pal. We appreciate the insight and the knowledge.
Thanks, Nick. Talk to you soon.
You got it. There he is, Athen Koutsarumbis joining us. So that should make you feel good here on a Tuesday morning, right? You look at all those historical trends of how Trump has done in the past versus what he's doing now. I was blown away by that when I read that. 57 out of 59 polls in 16 advantage Hillary. 79 out of 84 advantage Joe in 2020. Now Trump's 13-4 in 17 PA polls against, well, it might as well be Hillary. Kamala Harris. You got to be kidding me with that. That's a great sign.
Yeah. The only thing I'm going to take from that article is, and this is not, I'm not trying to, it's a little devil's advocate, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that Athen wrote about is that there was a shy Trump voter that was not necessarily, that is no longer, it says no longer inhibited from voicing their support. So are the polls more accurate, and does the, the constant underpolling or the understating Trump's support continue? Or are the polls now more accurate because people are more accurately answering them? That's the questions, the question that's in my mind, because if it's the same as it was a couple of years ago where, they're understating Donald Trump's support by multiple points, well, then maybe he's up 4 or 5 in PA. But if it's more accurate, then it is razor thin. We got to vote like it's razor thin. But I agree. I agree with you that it's very interesting to see these new polling trends where the race is much closer at this point in time.
Think about and think about that. You were a, quote, closet Trump fan, but it took a bullet hitting his ear for you to maybe come out and say, you know what, I'm no longer going to hide the fact that I'm a Trump supporter. You tried to kill my president, so now I'm just going to wear my Trump love on my sleeve, right?
Fight was undeniable.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Galvanizing for sure. All right, 9:22. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
That was some fancy ride. Let's hope Lloyd is okay.
Hey, kid, what's your name?
I can't remember.
Where you from?
I can't remember.
Can't you remember anything?
I remember the Alamo.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, today's prize again, a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, coming up on September 12th. Each ticket also includes a copy of Letters to Trump. Tickets on sale, 1210WPHT.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. That movie's from 1985, and the actor was born on this day way back in 1952. We'll see if we get our winner. Also, Kamala Harris's border flip-flop, and then the cut sheet part 2. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Prices keep rising, but Social Security isn't keeping up with inflation. Seniors are struggling, and Senator Bob Casey's votes made things worse. Casey voted repeatedly for higher taxes on Social Security benefits. Doesn't Casey know that seniors can't afford higher taxes? Casey backed President Biden's agenda 98% of the time, including trillions in wasteful spending. All that spending didn't help lower prices. In fact, it drove inflation even higher. And Senator Casey wasted our tax dollars on COVID relief checks for violent criminals. That's right. Casey voted to send COVID relief checks to convicted murderers and rapists in jail. That's less for us, more for convicts. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania seniors and families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, OneNationAmerica.org.
At Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, get wholesale club pricing for everyone on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xE. Or choose the 2024 Jeep Compass and lease for as low as $298 per month for 27 months. Go to TriCountyCDJR.com to see our great inventory. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyCDJR.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army. Almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way she woos me.
It's Kayal and Company, the great Linda Kearns, attorney, listener, donator, always providing us with the Elvis for a good cause, largely to trigger Greg Stocker as we continue here this morning. Sean Farish in for Greg. We're going to get to our cut sheet part due and also this Kamala Harris border flip-flop in just a moment. But let's get to Rochelle, who's in Woodbury, and she has identified the Morning Mystery Movie clip this morning. Rochelle, good morning. How are you? What movie did we just play for you?
Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
That is correct. Pee-wee's Big Adventure, the great Paul Rubens, who was born on this day in 1952, and I think he just recently passed away as well. So Pee-wee Herman is gone, but you are gone for September 12th because you're going to go to Pints and Politics.
Oh, wonderful.
So you've got yourself a little ticket action for Donald Trump Jr. and Dom Giordano. How's that sound?
Oh, sounds great. Thank you.
You are welcome, Rochelle. And how can we all forget Paul Rubens in the famous movie theater incident?
Gosh.
That feels like yesterday, huh? If you don't know what we're talking about, Google it. Yeah, you'll figure it out. All right, Sean, I want to get to this story because this is fascinating. I know you have some thoughts on this, and Dawn, I can't tell you how many big takes we have done over 22 months about Kamala Harris and the border. But I want to tee you up to start this conversation with a clip that Sean posted about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, in regards to Kamala Harris and the border a while back. Boys, this is clip 36. Let's take another trip down flip-flop memory lane. Here's Kamala Harris.
This issue is about a vanity project for this president. Right. And it is a problem of his own making. Right. And listen, when I travel this country, folks have plenty enough problems that they need their president to focus on, instead of a wall that, by the way, because I was a prosecutor for many years, including the Attorney General of California, I specialize on transnational criminal organizations. Yeah. That wall ain't going to stop them. No.
No, there she goes cackling. Oh, it's a cackle fest. Oh, my God. She's got a future on The View if she just wants to laugh for an hour and offer nothing of substance. So let's get this straight, Sean Ferris. She said once before that the wall was un-American. She's implied that the wall is racist. And as you heard, the wall's not going to stop anybody. But now she wants to plagiarize Donald Trump yet again. And after having probably closer to 15 million than 10 million illegal aliens enter our country, which, by the way, I don't know if anybody on this show believes in the Great Replacement Theory. I do. I subscribe to it. I think it's happening before our very eyes. Basically, you lose voters, so you bring in new voters by opening up your borders. And then you say, you know what? That Trump guy, he's not crazy after all. Let's finish the border. Let's finish securing the wall. All that stuff that's just laying there in the dirt, rotting away, collecting rust. And then let's pump hundreds of millions of more fresh dollars into it because, well, mission achieved, objective accomplished, right? Let everybody in and then give them jobs at lower paying rates as they now kick out not only white people, but black people from low income housing. Everybody that's a citizen of the United States should be looking at this as clear as day and realizing what has been happening here, what has been in play for 4 years. And now she just wants to copy Trump on that as well. I mean, how do people fall for this? I don't want to have a meltdown at 9:34. We're almost at the finish line, but I like my head's ready to explode over this.
Your head should be exploding. And you know what? And that's a good thing because this makes no sense. First of all, the Great Replacement is not a theory. It is a process and it's happening. And they're telling you that it's happening. Yvette Clarke from Brooklyn, New York came out and said, we need these illegals, especially in my district for redistricting purpose. She said that. She wants to bring people in that do not belong in this country, that have no legal claim to this country. No legal claim. 100% of illegal immigrants are criminals. That's not nice. I don't care. I'm here illegally. I'm not here to be nice. I'm going to tell you the truth. 100% of illegal aliens are criminals the minute they set foot in this country in violation of immigration law, otherwise known as illegally. That's number one. Number two, walls ain't going to stop nobody, she said, as she slipped into one of those accents that she likes to do. I don't know what character that was, but she decides that walls don't work, which we just talked about a couple hours ago, a few segments ago, right? That walls do work. You know how we know they work? We still use them, right? That's like we also still use the wheel because the wheel works as well. Okay, if walls didn't work, we would have found something better. We haven't. That's why we still use walls. Walls stop people all the time. Hey, Kamala, if the wall can't stop people, why don't you go try and run through it? You're not going to make it very far because walls work. They're doing what they're supposed to do and obstructing you from getting from point A to point B.
Boom.
That's number two. Number three, now they want to, this is what the government does, not just on immigration, but they do this with every crisis that pops up. They cause it. They deny that it's happening. Then it happens. It ruins people's lives. They knew that was going to happen anyway. And then they go, oh my gosh, look at all these problems that are happening. Vote for us. We're going to fix it. No, we're not going to. You caused it. Again, arsonist holding the matches. Hey, make me the fire chief. No, we're not going to make the arsonist holding the matches the fire chief. Thank you very much. This woman is a joke. And if we had an honest media for about 40 seconds, they would not just ask her about the border, but they would ask her about all these other positions that she has abandoned her stances on. You wouldn't just say, hey, Kamala, do you believe in this now? You would say, what led you from believing that the wall was racist and a vanity project to believing that we need to spend money on it? What led you to believe that? When did you learn it? Why did you learn it? How did you learn it? And why have you made this journey from point A to point B in terms of your political stance? So we don't have an honest media. They don't care. They're not asking for interviews. They want her to stay hidden because they hate Trump and they want her to win. It is despicable. So your head should be exploding.
Yeah. So Dawn, we have a situation here where now Kamala Harris, Axios has this big story that Harris is embracing a more hawkish immigration policy as Donald Trump's campaign spends tens of millions of dollars attacking her about the border. But she still has significant differences with Trump on immigration, including his plan for mass deportations. So she wants to build the wall, finish the wall, but keep the people that came here illegally because the end objective here is to get them to eventually one day be able to hopefully vote Democrat, which explains why she's opposed to the mass deportation. I mean, you don't need to be, you could get through the 9th grade and figure this out, what's going on here. You don't need to have a college degree in political science.
Yeah, and as of this moment, when I look up, Kamala Harris, what is her actual platform? What are her policies as written out? I don't find it. I mean, that is stunning to me, number one. Number two, and by the way, what was it? Yesterday we found, I think it was Glamour. Like Glamour magazine wrote about her policy issues more than she or her campaign have written about her so-called policy issues. No, this flip-flopping is exactly why she wants to avoid any kind of a debate, because she knows once she starts talking, that's all you need. That boom. So that's why for Trump, if I'm with his campaign, I'm saying agree to it. If she wants to sit down, let the woman sit. If she wants note cards, let her, because it doesn't matter. Once you start getting into the nitty gritty and you start saying, well, wait a minute, how is it that you ran for president and you were over here and now you're over here? Like you said, Sean, how do you explain that you got from point A to point B, and there is zero explanation? And then she'll say, well, a policy is, the Venn diagram or whatever she says.
Yeah.
But, right?
I love Venn diagrams.
Thank you. And so get her in front of the public, in front of the media as much as possible.
God, if Tulsi Gabbard can just pluck the meat off the bone 4 years ago, imagine what Trump could do. Trump's going to swallow the bones whole. There's going to be nothing left.
Yeah, that's why she wants to back out. And to Dawn's point, she mentioned, you were here, you were there. And Nick, you're a sports guy. We talk about it all the time every now and then. But if you have like a best friend, right? Just think anybody. This is not a Republican or Democrat issue. Best friend who loves the Philadelphia Phillies, right?
Yep.
Biggest Phillies fan, They would crawl over broken glass to support the Philadelphia Phillies. And then out of the blue, one day they're like, I'm a Mets fan. Are you not asking why?
Yeah, how'd you arrive at that flip, right?
Like how you used to be the biggest Phillies. You had your wardrobe was all Phillies jerseys. You had everybody. And now you're walking around like, oh, I love Pete Alonso. I'm a Mets fan. How did that happen? You're not asking why?
Yeah.
You're not. That's your friend.
Yep.
This is somebody running for president. And we have people, well, okay, she changed her position.
So far, without any official policies on her website, we've heard a communist policy on price gouging to cap prices. We've seen copycatting Trump on child tax credits and the wall with the southern border. And, a combination of super, super far left stuff, yet there's a claim that she's going to be more moderate and more centrist. I mean, she's all over the map. She's like,
Don't forget no tax on tips.
No tax on tips. I mean, she's literally has political ADHD. She has attention deficit hyperactive disorder. She doesn't know she doesn't know where she's coming or going. It's unbelievable.
She went from Medicare for all to Medicare for none. Nobody gets health care. That's it. I mean, this is literally how drastic it's going.
I mean, it was like me at my fantasy draft on Sunday. I went up to my draft board and I was like, all right, I'm going to go quarterback. You know what? On second thought, maybe I should take a running back. After further review, I grabbed the wide receiver sticker and put it up. Like, I mean, make up your stinking mind on what you want, lady. Come on. Because I want to be, but you know what? That's fine, because this is a gift from the gods to Trump, right? Like, I mean, he should be able to we're 13 days out. She's not going to be able to have a full menu, so to speak, of policies available for Americans to digest between now and September 10th. I mean, we're still waiting on the first interview, and maybe we'll get 2 or 3 policies on that softball Sunday interview that's probably going to come up here in the next 3 or 4 days, right? I think
you think they do these interviews this weekend because it's Labor Day weekend? Less people are watching.
This Friday.
Her advisor or her campaign says there will be an interview this month. Well, the month ends on Sunday, right?
So it's going to be Friday, Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, they'll tape it on Friday, and it'll air with Slopadopoulos or somebody on Sunday morning, right?
And nobody be watching because it's Labor Day weekend,
right?
Yeah, but if she says something,
they're waiting to bury.
Yeah, but Sean, I think with today's news cycle, if she says something that's way out there or whatever she says, because there's been such a vacuum, I do think that the news media, they're still going to be talking about it next Tuesday when everybody goes back to work and school.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, because it's election season. Once Labor Day, you're in. You're in after Labor Day. You are strap in, fasten seatbelts on. Boom, boom, right? You are not free to move about the cabin. You got to sit down and strap in. It's going to be bumpy.
All right, we will come back and get to today in music history as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show. We totally blew through Cut Sheet Part 2, but the Kamala Harris border flip-flop story had to be covered, so I'm glad we got through that. We'll find out what Dawn has lined up 17 minutes out, and we'll find out coming up next.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors. Try them in a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon.
Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Save $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 months of free Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Offer only available when you visit your local Verizon store. So stop by your nearest Verizon location for details and to learn how you can switch and save big today. Offer ends 8/31/24. Must keep Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register for gift card per offer terms. One offer per eligible Verizon account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and Mobile Plus home discounts. New or existing postpaid mobile customers who add and keep a Fios 1 gig plan save $300 a year when enrolling in Mobile Plus home discount.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyoutrealestate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Thank you. Well, it's the one for the money, two for the show. Really get it ready now, go, can't go, but don't you double my blue suede shoes. You can do anything but lay all on my blue suede shoes.
9:49, Kayal and Company continuing on. It is a Tuesday morning. Very, very busy day. A lot in the news. And it's going to be like that all the way through the rest of this calendar year. So if you think any slow days are ahead, you are sadly mistaken. The Dawn Show is coming up in 10 minutes. We find out what she has for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we're going to update you on, first of all, Representative Mike Kelly speaking out this morning, so getting some new information as far as the task force that is not letting it go as far as what happened with the attempted assassination of former President Trump. So You'll hear from Mike Kelly. We'll get into some of the details as far as what they're looking for and what happened yesterday as they were here in Pennsylvania in person, returning to the so-called scene of the crime. Talk about that. We'll update you on the Zuckerberg thing that I don't know what time you played that, Nick. That's getting a lot of reaction as far as, a CEO of Meta, Facebook, and social media, Mark Zuckerberg, basically saying he was bullied by this administration. I mean, that's basically, I'm paraphrasing here, but that's basically what he was admitting. And now the White House really pushing back. And so there's all of this fallout, because now people are saying, oh, wait a minute, Zuckerberg is coming out. And then, remember that he was impressed by Trump, fight, fight, fight. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So a lot of reaction on both sides of the aisle to that one. Yeah. And then
that's fascinating,
isn't it? I am fascinated with that and where the White House, because the White House is really pushing back.
Mm-hmm.
And
so they're pushing back against Zuck to say that he's mischaracterizing what they did.
Yes.
You know what'd be a shame, Dawn? You know what'd be a shame? If Mark Zuckerberg got a little ticked off at the administration, it'd be a shame.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
Comes out, publicly endorses Trump, says that's the most badass thing I've ever seen.
Nick,
fight. Yeah.
You said we need 50-50. I'll take 60-40. Because then we'll have X, Instagram, and Facebook. I'm just saying.
Yep.
I don't want censorship. But, hey, ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. It'd be a shame.
Rabbit's got the gun.
It'd be a real shame.
It really would.
10:15. We have a woman who she's a PhD. She's an expert on the brain and food. When we talk about, RFK Jr. bringing to light all the issues about nutrition and the importance of nutrition and the impact of corporations and why America is different. So we'll talk to her as far as getting into the nitty-gritty about what's going on with your food.
Okay. So she's an expert on the brain. See if she's got time to examine mine when she's got a spare moment. Be interested to see the findings. All right, sounds good. Dawn Show in about 7.5 minutes. We wrap it up on a Tuesday with what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 27th, we celebrate the birthdays of Glenn Matlock from the Sex Pistols, who's now 68. Phil Shulman from Gentle Giant, who's 87, and Alex Lifeson from Rush, who's now 71. We also lost Stevie Ray Vaughan on this day in 90, and the Beatles manager Brian Epstein in 67. Singles include Cherish by the Association, 66, and Hey Jealousy by the Gin Blossoms in 92. Albums include Songs for the Deaf by Queens of the Stone Age in 2002. In 96, Pearl Jam released No Code. In 91, Pearl Jam released 10, and also in 91, Bob Seger released The Fire Inside. Also in 2018, Weird Al got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 86, Tina Turner got her star. In 88, Tracy Chapman was atop the album chart. And in 65, just for Linda Kearns, Elvis met the Beatles for the very first time at his Bel Air mansion. But lastly, on this day in 55, Ain't That a Shame by Fats Domino hits number 10 in the U.S., becoming the very first R&B song to hit the top 10 on the pop chart. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Lopquist.
Nice work, Philip. Good job out of you as always. Sean Farish, what do you say we come back and we run it back one more time tomorrow?
I think we do it, and I think we're going to have a whole heck of a lot to talk about, and I'm very excited to be back with you guys tomorrow morning. Let's go.
All right, looking forward to that. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Have a great rest of your Tuesday, and as the big guy would say,
if I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau.